To ride is to escape, to race, to explore, to love life, and not every ride is smooth. Sometimes the race is easy, sometimes it is hard to get ahead, and there are lessons learned along the way. But no matter what, the passion of the racer endures. Tough times don't last, tough people do. So in these challenging times, when people embrace the unknown and push themselves to focus and to conquer what lies ahead, let's stand together. Together we ride, together we race, together we will win. Good morning and welcome to the home of champions at karting Genk in Belgium for the second and penultimate round of the 2020 BNL Karting Series season. Alex Goldschmidt up in the commentary box here, just overlooking turns 10 and 11. And for those wondering about the weather conditions outside, it has been already declared a wet race. We've just gone through all the warm-ups ahead of our qualification sessions, which will commence in around about 8 minutes time. Local time here in Genk is 10:07 a.m. So if you're watching from the United Kingdom, you're an hour behind, so good morning. Hope you're all keeping well, and also to those tuning in from across the globe, we bid you welcome and thank you for joining us. So over the next 2 days, we have 20 races over the course of the 2 days of competition. We do have 5 qualification sessions over today and tomorrow morning. Firstly, a big thank you to everyone that has been able, despite the current situation regarding the global pandemic, to have joined us. We have around 83 drivers from nearly 10 different nationalities competing in 6 Rotax powered classes. We have Micro, Mini, Junior, Senior, DD2 and DD2 Masters. Earlier on this week, it was decided through the organisers of the BNL Karting Series to amalgamate both DD2 and DD2 Masters here this weekend. So we will have a total of 10 qualifying sessions, all 5 minutes in duration, and we will also have a pre-final on each day and a final on each day. So the first race itself will start at noon, which will be the first of 2 Micromax races. We'll have the pre-final, which will start at noon, and all races this weekend are in duration 13 minutes plus 1 additional lap. And we do have a possibility, a distinct possibility, that title ramifications will change heading into the final round at the end of the season, which is due to take place in late November. And that will be between the 21st and the 22nd of November this year, where we will crown our BNL Karting Series champions for 2020 and concluding the 13th season of competition. So please feel free to get involved via social media. For those wondering about our respective handles on social media, it is at BNL Karting Series on Facebook, so please type that into the search engine, you will find us, and please don't forget to like the page and also follow the latest updates from the social media aspect of things. On Twitter, it is at KartingBNL. On Instagram, it is at BMC_BNL, and our official website, which is available both in English and Dutch languages, at BNLKartingSeries.com. The biggest contingent that we have this weekend will be in Senior Rotax, totaling nearly 30 drivers. And with a lot of competitors not having been able to make it here to Karting Genk, we hope that in a few weeks' time that we will have you back with us to race once again here at the home of champions. Looking at the title standings, I'm going to go through the respective classes as quickly as possible in the next 4 and a bit minutes before we get underway with qualifying. So coming in to Micromax first of all, the leader in the point standings is the number 19 of Max Siderski from the Netherlands, a 100% win ratio after the first weekend of the season back in the first weekend of August. So it has been approximately 2 months since these drivers have raced at the BNL karting series. Mats van Rooyen is just 31 points adrift in second position ahead of Mies Huben. Jake Menton rounds out the top 4 positions on 53 points, just a point ahead of Boris Maximov in the number 30. However, we do not have Zdenek Babashek from the Czech Republic with us, who rounded out the top 6, but we have Jente Moonen instead, who makes it a 6-kart field for Micromax this weekend. Turning our attention to Minimax, Thomas Strauven leads the standings with 90 points in the 199, ahead of the 196 of Buvin Power's Mateo Radenkovic, who is 13 points adrift. Then it is Rino Fernand Franco from GKS Lemons Power, who is just 3 points behind in third place. We've also got Austria's Nando Weichselbaumer with us, and Kaspar Schurman's not with us here this weekend, amongst other drivers. So Weichselbaumer, 21 points adrift of Franco, rounds out the top 4 places in the standings there. Then we turn our attention to Junior Rotax, and between Tim Gerhards, who leads the standings in the 205 from SP Motorsport, he's currently on 75 points, just 6 ahead of JJ Racing's Lukas Schoenmakers in the 210. Tom Bracken is otherwise engaged. He is over in Lonato at the moment for the Academy Trophy representing Belgium. So having scored pole position last night, we wished him well on our official Instagram channel and wish him all the best for this coming weekend. We've also got the likes of Christian de Klein in the 299 and Kai Rilletz, who round out the top 5 positions. And they are covered by 33 points coming into this round. Senior Rotax, we do have no Lewis Gilbert here this weekend. He's actually racing elsewhere. So the points lead will change in Senior Rotax. We do have Mike Van Vuust with us, who is just on 70 points. Sean Butcher from Great Britain, who took the weekend victory back in August, is just 6 points behind Van Vuust on 64. Dylan LaHaye is not with us, neither is Madris. Dylan LaHaye actually out with injury due to a fractured vertebrae, I believe. So we wish Dylan all the very best of luck. He was our he took the title last year just ahead of Clayton Ravenscroft. Jules Castro is with us as well. He's rounding out the top 6 in the standings, 40 points adrift of Lewis Gilbert. So it looks like Jules Castro, depending on the success that the youngster from GKS Lemons Power has this weekend, will have an opportunity to climb up the standings. DD2, Glenn Van Parijs leads the standings. Baz Lammer is otherwise engaged this weekend. So keep your eyes on Zander Priblak, the 2-time defending and reigning BNL Karting Series champion in DD2, looking to move up the order. DJ Liveris from Greece not with us. Mick Knowlton is here. He's rounding out the top 6 positions, 49 points off of the lead, off of the leader of Glenn Van Parijs. DD2 Masters, Christoph Adams in the 555 leads the standings, just 7 points ahead of Rudy Champion. And we've got the likes of Jim Ringelberg and Tamsin Germain with us on the grid this weekend, and they look to be moving up the order in terms of the standings. We're 30 seconds away from our first qualification session here at the home of champions, Karting Genk in Belgium. So each session will be 5 minutes in duration. So at 10:15, we'll get things truly underway for the first qualification session of this season. So green flag waves for the first time. First qualification session now getting underway with our Micromax competitors as they make their way onto the circuit. 1,360 metres. Has quite literally been deluged with a lot of saturation overnight and also during the day, but it's a cloudy day here in the Limburg region of Belgium, as the drivers now will start to they've had a warm-up this morning, so this will give them a gauge of the conditions here at Karting Genk. And yesterday during free practice, I did see a couple of drivers having a bit of, let's just say, opposite lock requirements going through into turn number 12. One driver, actually, I think I couldn't really make out who it was, ended up spinning going out of turn 12, and then ended up knocking a couple of the bright orange cones that come from the exit of the pre-grid going onto the start-finish straight. And the driver, luckily enough, was pointing in the correct direction and managed to get back underway. No harm, no foul. So the first few sector times coming in at the minute, and the quickest all of them looks to be Max Swiderski in the number 19 with a 32.2, and looks like Mies Huben fastest in sector 2 with a 24.9 second sector time, as the drivers now will start to bring in their first laps of the qualification session. So we have just under 3.5 minutes to go. Mies Huben goes top with a 1:22.287. Max Swiderski now gets over 0.4 of a second quicker than that, a 1:21.850. Menton goes third. Moonen drops to fifth as Van Rooyen goes up to third on a 1:22.826. And for those watching on the screen at home, that is Mies Huben. You can just see the amount of steering wheel correction they're having to do. The karts will understeer in these wet weather conditions, even with the fact that the drivers are going to try and do their utmost. So a lot of the drivers going down the Europalan, which is between 6 and 7. And some drivers taking a little bit of curb, others trying to go towards the outside of the corners, and some of them making their way through into turn number 8, which does include Jake Menton. So Mies Huben makes his way through down towards turn 12. Now at the moment, Huben is just over 0.4 of a second slower than Max Swiderski, who will be the next driver to cross the line. As we've got just 2 minutes of the session remaining, Huben crosses the line and goes top with a 1:21.661. Swiderski now will cross the stripe. Let's see what the number 19 has in the pocket. Not quite as much as might have been hoped from Max Swiderski. A 1:21.912, so does not improve. Van Rooyen stays in third. Menton, Moonen and Maximov round out the 6 strong, and it is just 0.83 seconds between first to third place. So Mies Huben leads qualification ahead of Max Swiderski. Then you have got Mats Van Rooyen rounding out the top 3. Jake Menton's best effort so far, a 1:24.230, just over 0.2 quicker than Jente Moonen in the number 10. Boaz Maximov, a 1:24.433. So just over 60 seconds of the session remaining here for Micromax. So once again, Mies Huben comes round the final corner, crosses the start-finish line, goes quicker still. A 1:21.595. Swiderski now crosses the line in the 19, improves and goes to 0.172 seconds behind Huben. So Huben at the moment looking pretty good for provisional pole position. All session results that are called by myself during the respective sessions are provisional, pending any sporting and technical checks post-session, and I will give you relevant updates as the official results do come through. Timer now close to expiring, 5 seconds on the clock as Mies Huben makes his way through turn number 7 off of the Europalan. And you can just see how hard these youngsters are working behind the wheel, just to, and even as Mies Huben turns into turn 9, you can just see the amount of steering angle that Mies has just had to put in on that particular corner. The left rear wheel actually lifted off the ground, and as Huben tries to rotate the kart. So Huben will be the first one to see the checkered flag here in the opening qualification session for Micromax. Timer has expired. Checkered flag now waves. Mies Huben in the number 8 from GKS Lemonspower crosses the line and puts in a 1:21.446. Now it's the turn of Max Siderski in the number 19. Does he improve? He does, but still remains second. 1:21.580. Next up, Jake Menton. Looks like Boris Maximov, I think, is just behind. Menton does not improve. Maximov does not improve. Mats van Rooyen takes third at the flag, and Jens Moonen rounds out the top 6 positions. So Mies Huben for Micromax on qualification for day 1 takes provisional pole position with a 1:21.446 second lap time, ahead of Max Siderski by 0.0134 seconds. Mats van Rooyen takes third, 1.045 seconds off of Mies Huben. Jake Menton takes fourth ahead of Boris Maximov, with Jens Moonen, our newcomer for this round here at Karting Genk, will round out the 6-strong grid. But a good job by Mies Huben getting the upper hand on Max Siderski, who looks to continue the rate of success that the number 19 has had over the first weekend of competition back 2 months ago. We are now seconds away from our second of 5 qualification sessions here at the Home of Champions, as the green flag waves and the drivers now released from the pre-grid as we get underway with our 5-minute qualification session for Minimax. And we wait to see who's going to be the first driver coming out of the pre-grid first. That is Thomas Strauven in the 199 representing Belgium, followed by another Belgian in the form of Matej Radenkovic in the 196, as we've already had an off-track excursion. This is Thiemenhuben in the 105, so he manages to get back out, and that was just off of turns 1 and 2, as the 105 now gets back out onto the circuit. The drivers have had a taste of the inclemental conditions we've had. It has been declared a wet race meeting by the race director, as the rain is starting to fall once again. So the drivers are all on wet weather tyres. So in terms of the championships, the championship victories so far this season, the first driver to take a victory this season was Rino Franco in the 111, who rounds out the top 3 in terms of the championship standings. 2 wins so far for Thomas Strauven in the final on day 1 and the final on day 2 back in August, with Matej Radenkovic picking up the pre-final win on the Sunday. So the first benchmark comes in from Strauven, a 1 minute 19.280, followed by Radenkovic. And then you have also got, looks like we've got Vic Stevens in the lineup here in the 169. Tam Saleh from Germany returns in the 150. Then we've got Mick Vandenberg and also the likes of Lawrence Herbols, Jasper Leenerts, Boluet, Reno Franco, Nando Weichselbaumer from Austria, and also Thiemenhuben. So Strauven setting the initial pace and is nearly 0.4 of a second quicker than Matej Radenkovic in the first part of the session. For those watching at home, you can see that the rainfall has started to intensify. Whether this will compromise the drivers in terms of finding the ultimate lap time around the circuit here at Karting Genk. So Strauven is about to cross the line, followed by Radenkovic. Let's see how they both improve, and it's within 4/1000ths of a second between the pair of them. Strauven 1:18.767, Radenkovic a 1:18.771. Rino Franco jumps up into 3rd place, followed by Boluet. Thiemenhuben now jumps up into 6th place behind Germany's Tam Saleh in the 150. Top 5 covered by just 1.5 seconds, as now Nando Weichselbaumer jumps up to the top spot by over 0.2 of a second, a 1:18.548 from the young Austrian, and that is 0.219 seconds ahead of Thomas Strauven. So the times have dropped, and Tam Saleh rounds out the top 6 at the minute, 1.726 seconds, as we've had a spin off of turn 7, and that was Herboz in the 106. As you can just see how hard the likes of Thomas Strauven, like they're having to turn to the right, turn to the left, try and rotate the kart through turn 11. So 60 seconds on the clock remain for the drivers. So this will be the final flying lap that they'll have in the session. Strauven gets jumped by Radenkovic as they both improve on lap times, but Radenkovic drops Strauven down to 3rd, and Radenkovic is just under 1.6 of a second as the drivers negotiate their way through. Weichselbaumer leads the way in a 1:18.548 ahead of Radenkovic. Well, he goes even quicker still. That's a brilliant lap in these wet weather conditions here. So a 1:18.284. It bridges the gap between him and Radenkovic to over 0.4. As Rino Franco takes a bit of curb going into the apex of turn 6 that heads onto the back straight down the Europalan. So the first indicator of how quickly the times will tumble will be indicated by Thomas Strauven in the 1:99. So 5 minutes have elapsed on the timer as Strauven now makes his way, as does Radenkovic, through turn 10. Now into the left at 11, which then brings them through onto the 12th and final corner. Checkered flag will first of all wave for Thomas Strauven in the 1:99 from Dams Racing, followed by Buvin Power's Matej Radenkovic. Does Strauven improve? We're about to find out as he crosses the line. 1:18.279. Radenkovic can only muster a 1:18.696, but the person I'm more concentrating on now is Weichselbaumer. Salet takes sixth place. Mick Vandenberg down in 10th. Louet, Leenerts, Stevens, Franco, they all cross the line. How has Weichselbaumer done in this one? Has gone to within 5 1,000ths of a second, but it is, provisionally speaking, Thomas Strauven that takes provisional pole for day one here in qualification for Minimax, a 1:18.279. Weichselbaumer, a 1:18.284. Then it's a further 0.412 seconds back to Matej Radenkovic in third place. Rino Franco takes fourth on a 1:19.544. Then it's Thiemann Huben, who had that earlier spin going onto the circuit after exiting the pre-grid, takes fifth place ahead of Tam Saleh from Germany, who rounds out the top six, all covered by just over 1.66 seconds. Boluet, Jasper Leenerts, Vic Stevens. Then you've also got the likes of Lawrence Herbols and Mick Vandenberg round out the 11-strong grid, all covered by just 2.384 seconds. But Strauven gets the weekend off in the best possible way, taking provisional pole here in Minimax qualifying. Our attention back to qualification here for the second round of the 2020 BNL karting series. Now Junior Rotax heads on to the circuit, being led by JJ Racing's Lukas Schoenmakers in the 210. So in many respects, a lot of drivers. We have nearly 20 competitors through the Junior Rotax ranks. Well, it looks like we have 18 in total, as drivers now having to deal with a lot more spray, with the rear wet weather Mojo tyres being able to disperse a fairly good amount of rainwater that has now started to hit onto the circuit. So once again, the rain is continuing to beat its way down onto the circuit, so the drivers will have to keep themselves composed at all times and make sure that they do not make any mistakes, as we are now just under 4 minutes to go in the session here for Junior Rotax. So wins so far this season, it has been 3 for Tim Gerhards. Obviously a DNF in the, well, it was an exclusion, if memory serves me correctly. I'm trying to remember from memory here, but Tim Gerhards had a non-points finish, or a DQ for the pre-final on day 2 back in August. But Lukas Schoenmakers, who is just 6 points behind, has taken a fourth place, a fifth place, a second, and a race victory, which has put him into contention. So Lukas Schoenmakers is setting the pace, and quite a blistering one despite the wet weather conditions, as one of the drivers takes a little bit too much curb. I think that was the number 275 of Luke Nielsen that took a little bit too much curb. Yellow flags at Marshall Post 2, going between turns 3 and 4, which has now been retracted. So Schoenmakers leads the way by over 4.5 tenths in qualification, ahead of the 219 of Sam Bergstein. Then it is Kai Rielertz in the 274 from JJ Racing, who actually currently leads the Rotax Euro Trophy standings ahead of Tim Gerhards, and they head to their penultimate round of the season at Adria Karting Raceway between the 23rd and the 25th of October. Tim Gerhards rounds out the top 4 ahead of Luke Nielsen. And then it is the 267 of Teun Schmidt. Also representing the Netherlands, Nick Gerhards looks to be getting on a little bit better in the rain here. Twin brother to Tim. Tim was our Minimax champion last season, and now he and his twin brother have now made their way up into Junior Rotax, as just kept an eye on Tim Gerhards. He's being followed by, I think that is the 267 of Teun Schmidt, going through turns 5 and into 6 onto the back straightaway, as Christian de Klein in the 299 CRG entry now jumps up into 5th position. And at the moment, the top 11, which is from Kai Rielertz now, who's just gone 7 thousandths of a second quicker than Schoenmakers. So the young Belgian now on a 1 minute 15.348. Schoenmakers a 1 minute 15.355. Then it is Tim Gerhards, and then Thomas Martins rounds out the top 4, just fractionally ahead of Christian de Klein by about sort of 86 thousandths of a second. As Schoenmakers on that time does not improve, as Sam Bergstein goes to the top of the timesheets with just under a minute remaining in the session. A 1 minute 15.221, 0.127 seconds ahead of Kai Rielertz. Max Knappen in the 248 now goes up into 9th ahead of Breedveld in the 212. So Job Breedveld from the Netherlands. And the rain is still continuing to hit at a consistent intensity. So the spray from the back of these carts starting to look a bit higher than they have been. So the top 13 drivers, which is rounded out by Olivier Jonkers in the treble 2, covered by 1.437 seconds. Timer now hits 0. 5 minutes are up in Junior Rotax qualification. Schoenemakers will get the checkered flag first as he comes round the final corner. Let's see if he does improve and gets up into provisional pole. Checkered flag waves. Schoenemakers crosses the line. 1 minute 15.507, not enough. Tim Gerhards takes fourth. Sam Bergstein at the moment has pole position in the grasp. But Bergstein has actually put in a 1:15.221. Now, I'm waiting for Kai Rilitz to come across the line. And Rilitz, I think, is just about to do so. Goes second quickest. A 1 minute 15.364 as the 2:26 of Jori Schoens in the Dams Racing crew now goes across the line and actually ends up taking what's now been appropriately known as the Europalan Joker lap section, where if you go straight on at turns 1 and 2, you literally end up on the outskirts of turn 6. So Sam Bergstein takes pole position provisionally for Junior Rotax. Kai Rilitz takes second ahead of teammate Lukas Schoenemakers. Tim Gerhards and Thomas Martins round out the top 5 positions ahead of Christian de Klein. Then you've got Job Riedfeld and then Max Knappen, Turnschmidt, Jens van der Eyden rounding out the top 10, all covered by under a second. Nick Gerhards takes 11th ahead of Luke Neeson. Olivier Jonkers, Colin van Lammeren and Mathis Turlo round out the top 15, just over 1.5 seconds covering those positions. And it's Jori Schoens, Gilles Cloet, and also we have Rune de Bruyke. I hope I've got that pronunciation correct. It's always interesting when I get a new name thrown my way, and I'm sure that I'll be informed otherwise. So if anyone is wondering about if my pronunciation is not correct, please come and tell me. It's always a pleasure to speak to new people in the paddock. But yep, Sam Bergstein takes provisional pole for Junior Rotax in qualification, and in just a few moments' time, at around about 11 o'clock, Senior Rotax, 29 entrants, go onto the circuit, and it's going to be an interesting one there. So we're about to come to our penultimate qualification session of the morning of day 1 of 2 for the second round of the 2020 BNL Karting Series. A warm welcome to those watching from home. This is a closed-door event due to the current restrictions as the time now officially hits 11 o'clock. Green flag waves as we wait for our senior road tax drivers, 29 of them being led by Sean Butcher, as they now come across the line to start their 5-minute qualification session. We have representatives from France, the Netherlands, Belgium, Great Britain, and also Turkey, as Ehad Turka has also been able to join us here this weekend. So the race victories so far, Mike Van Voort took the sort of the overall standings lead after the initial heats, and then we got into the pre-final. Sean Butcher won the weekend back in the early part of August, but this time around it's a very different proposition because we do not have enough drivers to warrant a second chance heat. So they will, as with the other 5 classes, have a pre-final and a final. So this is where qualifying is going to be even more important, as the rain has significantly intensified once again here at Karting Genk, as the drivers jockey for position, look to get a bit of clean air and possibly might be able to use the slipstream going through turn 6 and 7 to try and maximise their lap times. So Butcher now crosses the line. Some drivers already on their hot laps. So the likes of, looks like Scott Westhoven's. We've also got to the number 342 of Dirk Jansen from the Netherlands, as one of the drivers goes off of turn 2. I didn't really make out the number, but that was a GKS liveried kart. So at the moment, Ehad Turka has put down a bit of a significant benchmark. The young Turkish driver in the 309 from KR Sport goes top with the 1:15.399. Milan Koppens from Buvin Power goes up into second place ahead of Flint Schuring. And it's Dirk Jansen, Jeff Machiel, Scott Westhovens and Victor Plateau that round out the top 7 that have so far completed a lap. We've got just over 3 minutes of the session remaining. So some of the drivers tippy-toeing their way around the saturated circuit here at the Home of Champions. And some drivers getting a real good run coming out of turn 11 and getting a bit brazen towards the outside going through turn 12. Butcher crosses the line and puts in a 1:13.924, but that then quickly gets deposed by the number 337 of Arthur Roche from France. Maurice Schuring, fresh from his antics in the Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux. He's had some success over there. The 314 goes third quickest ahead of Bart de Wit. Ehad Turka rounds out the top 5, completed by just under 1.5 seconds. Max Stemmerdink rounds out the top 6 as Turka now gets past de Wit for 4th place. As the times are changing, as they always do in senior road tax, the most explosive category within the road tax racing circles. So 2 minutes on the clock remaining. I'm just keeping an eye on some sector times at the moment. Milan Koppens looks very quick, as does Max Stemmerdink and also Luca Leistra in the 372. They're running in anywhere between a 29.5. I'm seeing that Artur Hosch has just put a 29.2 through the first sector and a 22.8 in sector 2. Sean Butcher looks quick through the mid part of the circuit as he now makes his way out of the final corner. Let's see how Sean Butcher does. Does he pip Artur Hosch for provisional pole with just under a minute and a half to go? Not quite. 63 thousandths off. Maurice Schuring stays in third position, but it's 63 thousandths in the battle for pole between Artur Hosch and Sean Butcher as we fast approach 60 seconds to go. Andreas Heber drops to 9th place. Mike van Vugt in the 376 rounds out the top 11 positions. Behind Milan Koppens, then it's Janssen, Dorrestein, Van Kerkhoffen. Lars Zanen rounds out the top 15 positions. Milan Koppens now jumps up into 7th place on a 1 minute 15.381. And we've got one driver that is now... There's a wheel bouncing over into turn 6. So one driver, and that is the 383 of Vincent Van Kerkhoffen. And that looks to be possibly the right rear wheel has come away from the axle and started bouncing its way over towards the outskirts of turn 6. And the good thing is, thank goodness that the drivers were able to avoid. I'm not too sure what might have happened there. Maybe the hub has come off and it's taken the wheel with it. Checkered flag now out for the session. Sean Butcher crosses the line and puts in a 1:14.142. Obviously, with those that kind of thing happening, especially when a tyre is going on to the racing line, there will be changes. Stemmerdink takes 6, Maurice Schuring 4th. Leistra in the meantime, got to wait to see what the 372 does. Van Vugt 12th, Jules Castro 13th, ahead of Janssen Drake Janssen in the 342 as the times now come in. And provisionally speaking, by just 63 thousandths of a second on the penultimate lap, flying lap of qualifying, France's Artur Hosch takes provisional pole position in senior road tax by 63 thousandths ahead of KR Sports' Sean Butcher. Luca Leistra 0.812 seconds off of provisional pole in third place. Maurice Schuring, Erhard Turker round out the top 5 places, covered by 0.98 seconds at the end of the session. Max Stemmerdink, Calvin de Groot takes 7th. Andreas Heber, Milan Koppens and Bart de Wit round out the top 10 positions, covered by 1.468 seconds. Then it is Jeff Machiels. Then it's the 310 of Beer Dorrestein from the Netherlands. Mike van Vugt takes 13th ahead of Jules Castro, and the number 342 of Drake Janssen. Jordi van der Eyck takes 16th. Vincent Van Kerkhoffen takes 17th ahead of Lars Zanen in the 397. Then it is the 350 of Victor Plateau, and then also the number 398 of Kobe de Bruyke. Sam Van Til takes 21st, Scott Westhovens, Emily de Hoys, then Leone Claude from Piquet's Competition in the 333 takes 24th ahead of Jens Pranger, I think it is. Then we've got Baz Janssen, Clementine Benoit, Flint Schuring, with no time set, unfortunately, for Luna Blom from JJ Racing. So I've just had a couple of results come in, and just to confirm that the grid for Micromax stands post-qualification, as they will now take the kart of Vincent Van Kerkhoffen in the 383 back to Parc Fermé. So Mies Huben will start from pole position ahead of Max Swiderski, Mats van Rooyen, Jake Menton, Boaz Maximov and Jente Moonen. That is the how the running order will be for Micromax, and we've had a driver demoted 3 places. So Laurens Herbos from Belgium had a front-fairing penalty post-qualification, will start 11th. So Strauven will have Weisselbaumer alongside, Radenkovic and Franco row 2, Huben and Saleh row 3, Loet and Leenertz row 4, with Vic Stevens and Mick Vandenberg completing the top 10. So just one amendment post-Minimax. And then as soon as I do have the respective results for some of the other competitors, such as Junior Road Tax, we're just waiting on official confirmation of qualifying results, and then also Senior Road Tax. But our last qualification session will get underway at 11:15 local time, as we will have both DD2 and DD2 Masters out for their qualification session, which will then take us into the lunch break before the first of 5 pre-finals get underway with Micromax at noon here, local time, at Karting Genk.
Dat kan inderdaad al beter niet met de bek te lopen. Ja, dat is wel weer waar. Allee, ja, gewoon, ja, dat gaan we zien. Ja, vorige week had ik het gezien als hetzelfde was. Dan zit dan iemand staan.
Ik kom daar ook wel naar boven. Hierna hebben we pauze, toch?
So we get ever closer to our first set of races. The pre-finals will kick off at 12 noon today. 11:15 local time as DD2 and DD2 Masters now make their way onto the circuit for the fifth and final 5-minute qualification session here at the home of champions karting Genk. So Sander Schriblak, the two-time reigning and defending champion, leads the field out through the pre-grid, followed by the likes of Jan Negusens, Sébastien de Grande, Paulo Bescancez, Rudy Champion, as we've had a bit of a moment there, and there's for the 499 of Maxime Deriche in the cart, trying to go in towards turn 6. So we have 18 DD2 and DD2 Masters drivers in total as they now make their way onto the circuit. Rain still coming down. The intensity has slightly lifted off, so we will see how the drivers do get on during the session. So looking at the race victories so far, Sander Schriblak took a race victory in pre-final 1 on day 1 back in early August, and then Bas Lammers, who, like I say, is otherwise engaged. He's back racing in KZ2, so all the very best of luck, Bas, from us here at the BNL. He took a win at the two finals back in August, but it's been the consistency from Glenn Van Parijs that has put the 4:15 from Buvin Power into the lead of the standings coming into this round, even though it was 2 points ahead. But with Lammers and Daniel Mahacek not here, the closest competitor is actually Buvin Power stablemate Sander Schriblak, as the drivers now starting to do their best to keep these karts on the black stuff here in the wet weather conditions. 3 minutes and 13 seconds on the clock still remaining. So Deriche looks to have made a time of a 1 minute 11.178. Schriblak is in second as Rudy Champion goes through turn number 6 onto the back straightaway, where these drivers will be passing parallel driving road-going traffic heading towards turn 7 on the back straightaway. Glenn Van Parijs goes up into third place on a 1 minute 13.677. Schriblak and also Van Parijs doing dual campaigns this season, both competing in the Rotax Max Euro Trophy, which recently had its second engagement back at Wackersdorf in the first weekend of September, and that championship now heads to Adria in just 3 weeks' time for the penultimate round of their season, as Schriblak crosses the line, goes up to third place on a 1:13.546. And Deriche, now I'm wondering, he did a 1 minute 16.6, but that was probably because of the turnaround, where Deriche was actually parked in the opposite direction to turn 6 and looked like he was going to go backwards down the circuit towards turn 5. So trying to go in reverse on that one. At the moment, leading the way in terms of DD2 Masters victories, Christophe Adams and Rudy Champion both have 2 apiece, as Adams had a really good day in the office on the first day of competition. Mick Knowlton in the 403 from the Netherlands, representing GKS Lemons Power, now goes up into second position on a 1 minute 13.349. So Carl Klerbort, the defending BNL Karting Series DD2 Masters champion, and I think if memory serves me correctly, Rotax Max Challenge Belgium from last year. So he leads the standings in qualifying at the moment. He's over nearly 5 tenths of a second quicker than Tom Dessert, who won the kickoff earlier on this year. The 530 from GKS Lemons Power rounds out the top 7. Then it's Francis Paulo Bescancez, Sébastien de Grande, and Christophe Adams. That's in terms of the respective top 10, the full top 10, with Yannick Gussens in 11th, ahead of Rudy Champion in 12th, who is currently 4th in the DD2 Masters aspect of qualification, ahead of Great Britain's Tamsin Germain in the 525, just 53 thousandths of a second off of 4th in qualifying. Then it's Wout Antonissen jumps up into 9th place. Carl Klebort still rounds out the top 7 but still leads. Robin Knutsson from Sweden now makes his DD2 driving debut here at karting Genk. I had a chat with him and part of the family this morning. He said, yeah, I just had to move up from seniors to DD2 because obviously the weight side of things, and very reminiscent of David Remy, also a countryman of Robin's, who also made the move from seniors to DD2 as drivers really trying to find their way around the circuit. Zana Friblak will very shortly get the checkered flag as that is now being prepared. 0 on the clock for the final, fifth and final qualification session. Zana Friblak takes the checkered flag, puts in a 1:13.743 on the final lap, but that isn't enough to bring him up the order. De Graan goes 9th, but effectively that puts him 7th in terms of DD2. Champion takes 2nd in DD2 Masters. Wout Antonissen jumps up into what rounds out the top 10 overall as we wait for the likes of Mick Knowlton and Glenn Van Parijs. Looks like Knowlton's about to cross the stripe. Does so, a 1:13.657, so over 4.5 tenths off of his best lap of a 1:13.204 as Glenn Van Parijs now crosses the line. And in many respects, I'm sort of wondering whether there's I will await the official ratification anyhow, but it looks like Maxime de Riche has got pole position, provisionally speaking, for DD2. Ahead of Mick Knowlton, Glenn Van Parijs rounds out the top 3. Zana Friblak, the 2-time defending champion, ahead of Sweden's Robin Knutsson from KR Sport, rounds out the top 5. Paolo Bescances takes 6th, ahead of the DD2 Masters pole sitter, Carl Klebol, who is ahead of Francis Rudy Champion from PKS Competition in the 5:44. The pair were just over 1.8 tenths separated in terms of their position, and then Jori Klebold, Carl Klebold's son, takes 9th ahead of Sebastian de Grande, Wout Antonissen. Then you've also got Tom Dessert ahead of Tamsin Germain, who ran at the top 13 positions. Jan Nigussens in 14th, Christoph Adams in 15th ahead of Roland Kinch, Brindley Kinch in the 4:57. So we've got 3 Brits in DD2 and DD2 Masters combined, finishing ahead of Bart Koolman in the 5:16 from Belgium. So that rounds out qualification for day 1 here at the BNL Karting Series, 2nd and penultimate round of the 2020 season, our 13th year of competition. And the action gets well and truly underway at 12 o'clock. So in just under 40 minutes time, we go racing for the first of 10 races today, and then we'll have another 10 tomorrow. No second chance heats for any of the classes this weekend due to the numbers, but that is it for qualifying. We'll see you just before 12 o'clock as the action gets underway here at the home of champions, Karting Genk in Belgium. Hello and welcome back to continuing coverage on not just the Circuit PA here at Karting Genk, the home of champions, but also on the official Camp Company GmbH YouTube channel. A big thank you once again for enabling us to have live stream coverage all the way through the weekend, and also MW Race Consulting providing our live timing. For those wondering if you can find those links, they are on our official Facebook page and also on our official Twitter channel as well. So at BNL Karting Series on Facebook, at Karting BNL on Twitter. First race of the day about to get going, and it is Micromax. And following on from an interesting qualification session this morning, as the local time now hits 12 noon here at Karting Genk, Mies Heuben from the Netherlands in the number 8 will start from pole position, ahead of the current championship leader, the number 19, the Netherlands' very own Max Swiderski. Then it is Mats van Rooyen in the number 3, who is in the inside of row number 2, and will have alongside Jake Menton in the number 31. Completing the 6-strong grid will be the number 30 of Boris Maximov in 5th position, and alongside will be Belgium's Jens Timmunen in the number 10. Cloud cover still overhead, rain still falling here at the circuit, but nevertheless, even with just over 80 competitors from nearly 10 different nationalities, spanning over 6 Rotax-powered classes, there will still be plenty of talking points. Not just today, but also tomorrow. We have a combined total of 20 races over the course of the next 2 days. Each of the classes will have a pre-final and a final today and tomorrow, before we have our official podium celebrations tomorrow afternoon to conclude proceedings. So the drivers have now gone onto their sighting lap, as we've had a brief yellow flag. Looks like Boris Maximov might just have had an excursion off the circuit, going off of turn number 12, as the top 4, being rounded out by Jake Menton, make their way through into turn number 4. 13 minutes are set on the timer, plus 1 additional lap. That is the duration of every single pre-final and final we will have this weekend at the home of champions, Karting Genk, the home of also GKS Lemons Power, with one of their drivers on pole position, and that is the number 8 of Mies Heuben. So the top 4 now starting to make their way through turn number 8. The right-hand sweeper, and a good control there from Mies Heuben, wanting to make sure that the first race of the day gets a clean start. So wherever you are watching in the world, we bid you welcome. Despite the wet weather conditions, there is going to be a lot of action, a lot of things to enjoy in terms of Rotax racing here at Karting Genk. The 6-strong field make their way at a crawl through the right-hander at turn number 10. Once we get given the signal to go racing, the red light on the starting gantry will extinguish, and the timer will count down from 13 minutes down to 0. So it is Heuben, Swiderski, Van Rooyen, Menton, Maximov and Moonen. That is your 6-strong Micromax grid here for the first pre-final of the day. A total of 5 before we go into the finals this afternoon. So the drivers now start to negotiate their way through the 12th and final corner here at Karting Genk. Let's see, do we get things underway for the first race of the meeting? Lights out, off and away we go, and it's a great start from Heuben, who takes the initial advantage going down into turn 1 for the first time, but up the inside comes Mats van Rooyen as Mies Heuben runs wide. He goes off onto the runoff area and takes the initial lead back going through turn 3, but Van Rooyen gets ahead of Swiderski, having got past him through turn 3 and makes it stick through turn 4, but then Swiderski goes up the inside on the approach through 5 into 6 for the first time, as both Heuben and Swiderski go a little bit wider than Van Rooyen as they head down the back straightaway for the first time through to turn 7. Swiderski closes right up to the back bumper of Mies Heuben going through into turn 7. Menton has lost out a position. Looks to be that Boz Maximov in the number 30 has got past for fourth, but Menton will try and chase them down as up the inside tries to go Max Siderski to take the lead off of Mies Huben. They come out of turn 9 and Huben gets the better amount of traction coming out of the corner. Through into the right-hander at turn 10. As Menton has now got past Maximov to retake fourth place. About to complete the first lap here in the first pre-final that the Micromax drivers will compete over the 2 days. So we'll have one today, one tomorrow. But Max Siderski closing on the back bumper through the final corner, through turn 12. We complete lap number 1, and it is literally a drag race down towards turns 1 and 2 as Huben keeps the lead ahead of Siderski. Now they can use the runoff area for the first lap only as Huben runs wide through turn 3. Siderski up the inside. The pair goes side by side. Huben towards the outside trying to keep it planted. Nearly 2 wheels onto the grass for the number 8. But Siderski gets through on the inside of turn number 4. And you can just see how much the adverse conditions are really testing the driver's skills in order to keep the maximum amount of traction and adhesion to the surface. So through turn 7, we are now on to lap number 2 of the Micromax pre-final as Siderski runs a little bit wide. That nearly allowed Mies Huben to go up the inside of the number 19, who at the moment has all 4 victories from karting Genk back in August for the first round of the season in his pocket at the minute. 10 minutes and 35 seconds plus an additional lap. Leaders now coming through the exit of turn number 11. Siderski leads. Huben in second, Van Rooyen in third. Jake Menton trying to close for third place. Maximov now comes through turn number 11. And so does Jente Moonen in the number 10. Siderski leads after lap 2. And puts in the fastest lap of the race, a 1:21.520. But then all of a sudden, Mies Huben has lost out by about just over 7/10 of a second. As you can just see, the karts are wanting to break traction from the rear axle, and Siderski was full on drift committed through turn 3, so he's got a lead now of around 7/10 of a second over Mies Huben, who started from pole. Van Rooyen did a 1:22.671 lap time last time around, but Jake Menton is trying to close and he's got the gap down to just over 6/10. It's getting a bit closer between them going through the exit of turn number 7 as Siderski takes the wider line towards the outside of turn 8. And that allows the number 19 from the Netherlands to have that opportunity of putting the power down, getting the traction, the tyres bite onto the tarmac, and then that allows him to get through as they now go through turn 10. Wider line again taken by Siderski. And the biggest thing is, for those wondering at home, why are they taking such different lines? It's because of the fact with the wet race conditions, the drivers are going to use what they have learned through qualifying, through the warm-up, and obviously through what happened yesterday through free practice to see how it's going to work for them. Another lap completed. The gap now extends between Siderski and Huben to just over 0.863 seconds. And Siderski has set the fastest lap, but Jake Menton, watch out for the number 31 as he's closing on the back bumper of Mats van Rooyen. For third place as the pair literally are line astern going through turn 4. Now up into 5. Menton loses a little bit of a ground there from Van Rooyen. But then takes a slightly tighter line going through turn 6 and then closes. He's now going to pull alongside, and he does. That's a great run of momentum for Jake Menton up the inside of Mats van Rooyen to now take third place. But Van Rooyen quickly trying to counter-attack through into turn 8. Menton runs wide. Van Rooyen back up the inside in the number 3. So we're on lap number 4 is Menton now trying to go back up the inside through turn 9. Gets a good run, takes the tighter line. The pair goes side by side, heading down towards turn number 10. But Van Rooyen takes the inside line. And Menton just having to watch it, not try and have any adverse contact that could either compromise not just him, but also Mats van Rooyen just up ahead as they go through the slight splash puddle through there on the entrance into turn number 12. As Menton ducking one way, then ducking the other, trying to do the old Nigel Mansell dummy, going through into turns 1 and 2. Closes up on Van Rooyen. And I've just been keeping an eye on the leaders at the moment. Sadurski's set another quick lap, a 1 minute 21.305. That's the fastest lap of this race. Huben trying to close, but the battle really is waging on between Mats van Rooyen and Jake Menton as now they make their way once again through turn number 6. Menton again gets a good run. This time around, Van Rooyen was quick to find his opportunity to stay ahead at the moment. So Van Rooyen keeps ahead of Jake Menton with one rear wheel going up into the air for the number 31, the right rear thereof, as they headed through into the right-hand sweeper at turn 8. 6 minutes and 35 seconds plus an additional lap still remaining. And Mies Huben is actually the fastest out on the circuit at 1 minute 21.297 lap time from the number 8 with GKS Lemons Power. So they now come through the final corner. Sadurski trying to break the momentum that Huben has got. The gap was 8.5 tenths. It's now down to just over 5.5 tenths of a second between the pair. And Sadurski, as Menton, trying to go up the inside of Mats van Rooyen going into turn 1. That was very, very close indeed. And I've seen it before where drivers have used the opportunity of turn 1 to slingshot pass through into turn 2. And Menton now goes back up the inside. Pair nearly clash wheels going through the exit of turn 3. But Jake Menton now back up into third place. So great dice between these two. And that is the battle for third position. That will net them a fair amount of points. So it's 25 for a victory, 20 for second place. Third will be 16. And then fourth will be 13. And fifth will be 11 points. So Jake Menton was absolutely jubilant last time out in August when he took a second place finish after contact between a few drivers down the field as Mats van Rooyen goes back up the inside of Jake Menton through turn 9, but Menton gets a great run of traction coming out of turn 9, and that allows him to slingshot past the number 3 as we've got 5 minutes of the clock on the clock remaining. So just over 8 minutes completed, just under 5 to go. Now, I'm just keeping an eye on now what's happened here. So Mies Huben has now got the lead, as so Max Sadurski has dropped, and that is 3.8 seconds. So Sadurski had about a 5.5 tenth of a second lead over so Sadurski had a lead of over 5.5 tenths over Mies Huben, but Max Sadurski, that was a 1:25.803. So dramas for the number 19. Huben now has a bit of a gap between himself as Sadurski goes very, very close to the white lines on the outside of turn number 6 to get the power down in the number 19. As spin for Jake Menton on the straightaway, but he manages to get going. So he was battling away with Mats van Rooyen. So another change, and that is going to allow Boris Maximov in the number 30 to close the gap. And the gap between Van Rooyen and Boris Maximov last time around was over 6.7 seconds. Huben now just needs to concentrate on focusing forward, knows that Sadurski is not in line of sight as they make their way through towards turn 12, which Mies Huben now exits. We're now on to lap number 8 of this race, and Max Sadurski looks to try and close the gap. The gap now 3.886 seconds. And in terms of the comparative lap times, a 1:21.694 for Mies Huben and a 1:21.726 second lap time. There's a bit of a standing water puddle that's just on the inside of the apex of turn 4 that Mies Huben has just encountered, but he manages to keep it planted. So in these wet weather conditions, when they're trying to put the power down through the corner, through the apex, you're seeing a lot of steering inputs provided by the drivers to keep the kart moving, keep the kart rotating. If it was dry weather conditions, we'd see a completely different set of circumstances altogether. So just over 2.5 minutes remaining. Mies Huben just keeping the blinkers forward, not looking back. Through turn 10 comes the number 8 from the Netherlands. And then through into the left at 11 before another corner to be negotiated. So the running order at the moment is Mies Huben leading from Max Swiderski. We're about to complete lap number 8 of the Micromax pre-final here on day 1 of round 2 of the 2020 BNL Karting Series season. Huben's lead now is 3.697 seconds. So Swiderski has just put in a 1 minute 21.678 second lap time, and that was quicker by nearly a tenth and a half over Mies Huben. But Huben has enough distance. If it was half a second and I was Mies Huben, I would be very, very worried indeed, as Huben now just literally, you can just see the amount of steering angle that the number 8 from GKS Lemons Power put going through into turn 6. And down the Europalan straight comes Mies Huben through into turn 7. Swiderski trying to close. So the top 2 have now made their way through the 7th of 12 corners here at Karting Genk. And now Mats van Rooyen negotiates it as Mies Huben goes through turn 9, turns to the left, and just through the sheer aggressive nature of the amount of steering angle you have to put in, sometimes a rear wheel will lift off the circuit, and that was the case with the right rear. So this will be lap 9 completed by Mies Huben very, very shortly. We've got just under 50 seconds on the clock to go. 44 seconds left as Huben goes across the line. We're now on to lap number 10. So we'll have a total of 11 laps in this race. Max Swiderski is closing the gap and has put in a 1:21.308. But with time fast running out for the number 19 from the Netherlands. Second will have to suffice and still keep the points lead, but it will give a victory for the first time this season for Mies Huben, who now comes down the back straight, jumping up and down in the kart to help carry the momentum forward. Timer has now hit 0, so 13 minutes have elapsed. And that is it for the first race of the weekend. So next time around, Mies Huben in the number 8 from the Netherlands will take the final lap board, which is being prepared as we speak. Huben now negotiates turn 12 for the penultimate time and will have just over 1,360 metres of tarmac to negotiate. On to the final lap of the race we go. Huben now has put in the fastest lap of the race on the penultimate lap, a 1 minute 21.282 second lap time from the number 8. And now extends the gap back up to 3.85 seconds ahead of Max Swiderski, who completes the top 2 for the minute. Mats van Rooyen still in third place, 9 seconds off of Max Swiderski, and has Jake Menton 4.5 seconds behind. There's Menton in the 31, who was challenging for third place until a spin on the back straightaway caused the number 31 to have to relinquish the battle with Mats van Rooyen, as Huben makes his way through turn number 8 for the final time. And Swiderski has also negotiated the same corner. 3 more corners remain. Huben turns into turn 10 for the final time, through into the left at turn number 11. So the checkered flag being prepared to wave for the first time for 20 races this weekend. Mies Huben from GKS Lemons Power takes pre-final 1 here at the Home of Champions by a commanding advantage. Max Swiderski will come across the line in second, 3.924 seconds adrift. Mats van Rooyen will now take third place, having had a great battle with Jake Menton, who now exits the final corner. So van Rooyen takes third. Jake Menton takes fourth place as we await for our final 2 competitors to make their way across the line. And here comes Boris Maximov rounding out the top 5 positions as Jent Themunen, the sole Belgian in the 6-strong Micromax field, now comes out of the final turn and will take 6th place. So Mies Huben wins the first of 4 races, the first of 2 pre-finals here at the Home of Champions by 3.924 seconds ahead of Max Swiderski. Mats van Rooyen takes 3rd place ahead of Jake Menton. Boris Maximov rounds out the top 5 with Jente Moonen from Belgium, completing the running order after 13 minutes plus 1 lap of racing action in Micromax Pre-Final 1. As the rain continues to hit the Home of Champions hard over the course of both this morning and now into the early part of the afternoon, it looks like the rain might not subside. There is a lot of grey cloud overhead, but we are getting underway for our next race. Green flag waves at the end of the pre-grid, and it is time for our first of 4 Micromax races. Minimax races. So the running order is as follows. Starting on pole position will be the 199 of Thomas Strauven. Alongside will be Austria's Nandor Weichselbaumer in the number 146. Then it is a Belgian-Dutch row 2. Matej Radenkovic in the 196. We'll have Rino Fernanfranco in the 111 alongside. Thiemann Huben will take the inside of row number 3 in the 105 alongside the 150 of Germany's Tam Saleh in the 150. Boluet in the 107 and Jasper Leenaerts makes it an all-Belgium occupied row number 4 in the 107 and the 177 respectively. Vic Stevens in the 169, Mick van den Berg from the Netherlands in the 129 and Laurens Herboz in the 106 will start and round out the 11-strong grid. So they're on their sighting lap at the moment, and following on from the qualification earlier on. Obviously all results that are called by myself whilst we are in the throes of the action are provisional, pending any technical and sporting checks. Laurens Herboz actually dropped 3 positions as a result of a front fairing penalty post qualifying as we go on to the formation lap. 13 minutes set on the timer. Very shortly the red lights will be extinguished on the gantry, which happens now. So 13 minutes set on the clock once again, and all races will be of the same duration throughout the course of the race weekend. So it is now time to see who will have the advantage going into the pre-final, the final later on this afternoon. So the drivers now starting to make their way through turn number 8. A couple of amendments, and We found that DD2 Masters Maxime Deriche was found to have shortcutted the circuit, so the 1 minute 11 second lap time was actually subsequently expunged and put Maxime Deriche down to 17th on the grid. So Mick Knowlton takes pole position in DD2 as a result of that. The drivers for Minimax get themselves steeled and ready for racing for the first race of their weekend. They now head towards the 12th and final corner. Strouwen, Weichselbaumer, Radenkovic, Franco, Huben, Saleh, Loetz, Leinert, Stevens, Vandenberg and Herbos. That's the 11 strong grid. They come out of the 12th and final corner. Into the tram lines we go. Red lights go out. We've got a clean start, and it's a great getaway from Thomas Strouwen at the front of the field as Radenkovic looks to be up into second before we even hit the inside, as we've had a spinner going through on the outside of turn number 2. As the drivers now make their way through into turns 3 and 4, and Radenkovic going round the outside of Franco and gone up the inside through past Weichselbaumer, I believe. So Radenkovic now up into second. That was 3 wide coming out of turn 4. But now Radenkovic using the outside line to carry the momentum through. And he's trying to go towards the outside through into turn number 7 for second place, as Weichselbaumer looks to be in second for the minute. Radenkovic, and I think that's Franco that rounds out the top 4 positions at the minute. That's Tam Saleh, my apologies there. Weichselbaumer down into 5th place, as up the inside of Franco tries to go Radenkovic. So Franco got an absolutely brilliant start off of the line. And the driver that I think did have the spin earlier on, I think, was Laurence Herbos, who's now coming through turn 9. The field now making their way, being led by Strouwen, Franco, Radenkovic. The 148 of Weichselbaumer, followed by the 150 of Germany's Tam Saleh. We come across the line to complete lap number 1, and Thomas Strouwen starting to get away early here in the Minimax pre-final on day 1. And he has a lead of over 9.5 tenths of a second over Rino Fernando Franco, who's coming under pressure from Matej Radenkovic. Just behind is Nando Weichselbaumer from Austria. Tam Saleh from Germany takes a wide line, and that nearly allows the likes of Vic Stevens, as up towards the inside of turn 5 looked Radenkovic on Rino Franco, as now Weichselbaumer gets up the inside of the Belgian going through into turn 6. But then Radenkovic just powers past, and at the back part of the field, you've got the likes of Laurence Herbos and Jasper Leinert battling over 9th position, as Boluet was the one that actually spun off of turn 2. So Franco keeping Radenkovic, Weichselbaumer and Tam Saleh at bay, but for how much longer is the biggest question here. Down into turn 10. So Strouwen looks to extend that gap. Radenkovic trying to do everything in the power inside to try and get past Rino Franco for second place. We are about to complete our second lap, and we've got 10 minutes and 25 seconds still to go. So Strouwen, that gap is going to be at least 1.5 seconds as he crosses the line. Franco does so, and it's 1.668 seconds. Radenkovic closely on the heels of the Dutch driver in the 111, and has got Austria in the form of Nando Weichselbaumer just behind, as both Radenkovic and Franco bump their way over the curbs, as the standing water puddle nearly catches out Radenkovic going through the inside of the apex on turn number 4. As now Radenkovic takes the title line and up the inside of Franco, who instantly responds using the wide line, puts the power down, gets the traction out of the corner and wins the race down to turn number 7. Weichselbaumer from Austria and Tam Saleh from Germany still very much in the battle, as now Radenkovic through the standing water puddle on the inside of the exit of turn 8 gets past Franco through into turn 9. Weichselbaumer has got a door clearly wide open, but was unable to use the opportunity to get up the inside, as now Franco goes through the inside of Radenkovic through turn 10, as Radenkovic is trying to go wheel to wheel, and he gets up the inside, does the switch back through turn 11. So now Radenkovic up into second place, as they try and keep a wider line coming through turn 12 to get the momentum through. But whilst they're battling, Strauven now has a 2.3 second gap. And what's more, he's also been the fastest driver out there. Oh, spin for Weichselbaumer! Spin for Weichselbaumer going through into the entrance of turn 2. A 360 pirouette onto the grass, and the Austrian rejoins just ahead of Jasper Lehnertz. And he was trying to get past Rino Franco for third place. So he got the run coming out of the final corner on the start-finish straight. I think he hit the brakes and it just snapped the back end out. And that can happen in the heat of battle sometimes, that you outbrake yourself and the back end steps away and you can be spinning one way or spinning the other. But at least it was towards the outside of turn number 2 rather than to the infield. So Strauven continues to lead the race ahead of Matej Radenkovic. Then it is Rino Franco, followed by the 150 of Germany's Tam Saleh. Nando Weichselbaumer now starting to fight back up through the field, as we've just gone to just under 8 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Thomas Strauven looking to consolidate that points lead. Now will come across the line and will complete lap number 4. So the 199 of Dams Racing's Thomas Strauven leads the way ahead of Radenkovic. The gap now between them is 2.135 seconds, as now Radenkovic goes under the 1 minute 19 second barrier, as now Nando Weichselbaumer looks to have made up a position, and that would have been on Mick Vandenberg in the 129 and Jasper Lehnertz in the 177, who started 2020 by joining GKS Lemons Power. Seen some great racecraft from the youngster. So Strauven still continuing to lead. Radenkovic, I've seen it with the youngster in the 196 as a micro driver, very, very fiercely competitive, has a good amount of race pace, and I'm just keeping an eye on that gap in terms of a viewpoint from the commentary position. As now Vic Stevens completes the top 5 at the minute, but how long will it take for Nando Weichselbaumer from Austria to get past? We'll find out very, very soon. 6.5 minutes plus an additional lap still to go. Strauven once again crosses the line in the lead. Looks like Radenkovic has got the fire lit in the belly well and truly, and let's see what the lap time is. It's a 1:18.3 from the young Belgian from Bouvin Power. The gap now down to 1.472 seconds. So now that Radenkovic has got some clean air, as Weichselbaumer still trying to battle away with Vic Stevens for 5th place as they now exit turn 3 and into turn 4. Jasper Lehnertz in the meantime has got up into 7th position, past Mick Vandenberg. Thiemenhuben, Lawrence Herbels and Boluet are all still circulating, with Boluet around 7 seconds off of Herbels, down in 11th position. Now the gap looks again to be closing. Oh, there's been a spin, and that was Vic Stevens off of turn 7, and that allowed Nando Weichselbaumer, Jasper Lehnertz, Mick Vandenberg, Thiemenhuben and Lawrence Herbels to get past. So that unfortunate spin has cost Vic Stevens dearly there. That's a real shame for the 169, who was coming under pressure from Nando Weichselbaumer. But these wet weather conditions are testing the drivers quite sternly, let's say. The gap is now looking to decrease once again between the two leaders. And that was another great lap there from Matej Radenkovic. So this time around it was a 1:18.870 from the 196. And Thomas Strauven knows that the Radenkovic is closing and can sense it, and will take the occasional glance over the left or right shoulder. So the gap now 1.121 seconds, and Radenkovic looks to have that car really, really well set up in these wet weather conditions. Strauven is just trying to keep the game face on and keep ahead as they now go down through the straightaway through into turn number 7. Strauven's last lap time was a 1:19.221, and that was nearly 0.4 of a second slower than Radenkovic. But Strauven just wants to try and keep the cart on the tarmac and keep ahead of Matej Radenkovic, who is closing. And you can just see in some respects how committed Radenkovic is to try and close that gap. About to complete lap number 7 of this race. So Stuyven for the moment still leads. So lap number 7 completed. The gap now is just over a second. So Stuyven is starting to respond. And the gap now is 1.060 seconds between Thomas Stuyven in the 199 from Dams Racing Team. Still leads after lap 7 being completed. And we're now on to lap number 8. Rino Franco rounds out the top 3 ahead of Germany's Tam Saleh, with Nando Weichselbaumer from Austria making it 4 different nationalities in the top 5. Jasper Leenaerts now ahead of Mick Vandenberg in the meantime, so the 177 from Belgium now has moved up the order. Started in 8th, now in 6th place. And Rino Franco started 4th, now 3rd. Radenkovic 3rd, now 2nd. So we've got just 2 minutes and 40 seconds plus an additional lap remaining in this race. And Stuyven, I think I can now just sort of see by the way he's trying to drive that kart within the limits, not pushing it too hard, but pushing enough to keep Radenkovic at bay. They come across the line once again. It's the fastest lap of the race. Not quite in terms of Thomas Stuyven, but a personal best for the 199, a 1 minute 18.958 on that particular lap, just 10 thousandths quicker than 2 to 3 laps ago for the young Belgian. And that particular occasion, Radenkovic's lap time was a 1 minute 19.041. So that was nearly a 1/10 of a second slower than Stuyven. Into the last 2 minutes, plus an additional lap. Now there are some battles up and down the order, as the likes of Jasper Leenaerts and Mick Vandenberg are still battling away over what is 6th position. And I've just spotted on the back straightaway that Mick Vandenberg is trying to go up the inside through into turn 7. He's got the move done, has he? Yes, he has. So he's got past the 177 as they now feels their way. Oh, now we've had a spinner off of turn number 7, and I think that was Thiemen Huben that might have just come a cropper. So had exactly the same thing happen as what transpired with Vic Stevens a bit earlier on. So the lead is now coming through. We're going to go on to lap number 10 of this race. So lap 9 completed, the gap between Stuyven and Radenkovic, a fraction over a second. As Leenaerts still trying to close up to Mick Vandenberg, and they're now going to come across the line. As Mick Vandenberg goes defensive on Jasper Leenaerts, so Leenaerts looks towards the outside. No, that's, hang on, that's 105 of Thiemen Huben. So Leenaerts is in 6th, that's Thiemen Huben. My sincerest apologies there for Thiemen. But he's trying to battle away with Mick Vandenberg in the 129 as they go through into turn 5. Vandenberg keeps the advantage for the minutes as we have just under 30 seconds on the clock remaining before the timer hits 0. Great battle between the pair as now Huben gets the run up towards turn 7 they go. Will Huben go for the move? He gets up the inside. Nice and cleanly done there by Thiemen Huben, but then runs wide coming through turn 8. That allows Mick Vandenberg to go back up the inside. The pair will go side by side heading into turn 9, but then Thiemen Huben gets back up the inside, switch back from Mick Vandenberg. So Vandenberg and Huben battling over 7th in towards the dying stages. Last lap board now being shown to Thomas Stuyven as the timer has hit 0, and the gap is exactly 1.1 seconds between 1st and 2nd position. So Mick Vandenberg will have to compete all the way, I think, to the checkered flag with the way things are proceeding with Thiemen Huben. As Stuyven now makes his way through into turn 6 for the final time in the pre-final here on day 1 of round 2 of the 2020 BNL Karting Series season. Down the back straightaway, through into turn 7. As once again, Thiemen Huben looking racy and trying to go up the inside of Mick Vandenberg and gets through on turn 5 as Stuyven now comes through turn 8. But look at the gap between him and Radenkovic. Now, what has happened with Thomas Strauven? Now, has Strauven had a bit of a moment? I'm sort of looking, and Radenkovic closed up by about a tenth through the first sector. And he's 2/10 up on sector 2. I don't think it's going to be enough, because if Radenkovic had another lap in the pocket, then there could be an opportunity. But round the final corner, checkered flag will wave for the second time today. Who is it going to be? Well, Radenkovic went for the inside line, got caught out, but Strauven takes the victory. Ahead of Mateo Radenkovic by 0.86 seconds. Rino Franco takes third, as Tam Saleh will pip Nando Weichselbaumer to the line by the merest of fractions. 63 thousandths was the margin between the pair. Jasper Leenaerts comes home in a comfortable 6th position, as Thiemann Huben gets the job done on Mick Vandenberg to take 7th at the flag, ahead of Vic Stevens, who is just over 7/10 of a second behind in 9th place, with Boluet and Lawrence Herbos all rounding out the order. Everyone finished all 11 laps, covered by just 31 seconds. But Thomas Strauven keeps ahead of Mateo Radenkovic to win the pre-final in a Minimax on day 1 of the weekend. So just 15 seconds away from getting our third of 5 pre-finals here on the first day of competition. We now head to Junior Rotax. 18 drivers, 9 rows of competitors, and 2 respective nationalities being represented, both from the Netherlands and from Belgium, as they now make their way out of the pre-grid. Here is the grid starting order for the pre-final here this afternoon. So Sam Bergstein in the number 219 from the Netherlands will be on pole position, ahead of the 274 of Kai Gielitz from Belgium. Then it is an all-Dutch row 2 with Lucas Schoenmakers in the 210 from JJ Racing and SP Motorsports Tim Gerhards from the Netherlands, who's currently leading the standings by just 6 points coming into this round. Thomas Martins from Belgium in the 255 will have Christian de Klein in the 299 from the Netherlands alongside. Then it's Job Breedfield and Max Knappen on row 4 with Turnschmidt in the 267 and Jens van der Eyden in the number 254 completing the top 10. Then rounding out the 18 strong, the 206 of Nick Gerhards, the number 222 of Olivier Jonkers, Colin van Lammeren in the 263, Matthijs Terlo in the 242, Luc Niesen in the 275 with Joris Schoens in the 226, Gilles Chloé in the 221, and rounding out the 18 strong grid is the 297 of Belgium's Rune de Bruyke. So 13 minutes on the clock. We've now got the formation lap board being shown to the drivers. So we'll be down to Sam Bergstein and Kai Rilitz to control the pace here for the first of 4 junior road tax races this weekend, 2 today and 2 tomorrow. And this is where the action really starts to kick up another level. I can sort of feel that in my gut, really. And when we get 29 senior Rotax drivers on the grid after this one, then it goes completely northward bound, as you'll find out. For those that are not privy, that have not watched Rotax karting before, on every single class we have a 2x2 rolling start formation. And when they go through the tram lines, as long as the race director is happy, the red light goes out, we go racing. However, if not, we then get a amber flashing warning light saying that it is a false start. So we've had 2 clean starts today. And it is all about just sort of making sure that you're composed. You're ready to go racing. And it is about having a clean start. But as we have seen over seasons past, it takes one solitary moment, a lapse of concentration, or someone being a bit too rambunctious, let's say, that it can cause things to go a bit south. But goes a bit wrong, or Pete Tong, as we'd say in the United Kingdom. Right, through the tram lines we go. Junior Road Tax ready for action. Do we go lights out? It's a good start, and it's a great one for Bergstein, who holds on to the lead as Rilitz. Oh, leaders off! Leaders off. There's multiple carts gone. Rilitz off. I think Schoenmakers is off as well. And also the pole sitter, Sam Bergstein. There are drivers pointing the wrong way, going towards turn 3. As now the field now makes its way out, and we have one driver. I'm just waiting to see who that is. That is a Birolart chassis, and that is the 247. That has just gone out, I think, or is there a 247? It could be a 267, maybe Turnschmidt, but that has caused a bit of a carambolage. There's now drivers going nearly 3 wide through turn 7, and I've seen the worst outcome of that, where one driver's ended up being forced to take the runoff through turn 7, as now the drivers make their way down towards turn 10 for the first time. So I'm waiting for them to come out of turn 11 to see who is leading, and the driver that is leading at the moment is the 248 of Max Knappen, of all people. I never thought I'd see that. So a lot of drivers have been compromised. We're going to come across the line to complete lap number 1 as it's nearly 3 abreast going through turn number 12. So at the moment it's Knappen, Joop Breedfield, Thomas Martins, Jens van der Eyden, Kai Rilitz, Nick Gerhards is now ahead of twin brother Tim, who's down in 9th position. So it was Matthijs Terlo in the 242, whose race has come to an abrupt end on the very first lap. So multiple drivers have made their way up the order. Rune de Bruyke, who started stone dead last, is now up into P10 behind Tim Gerhards. Colin van Lammeren in 8th as everyone's scrabbling for traction coming out through turn 6. So Knappen had a lead of nearly a second over Job Breedfield in the number 212 as there's more as there's one of the Gerhards, and that was Nick Gerhards, who's now getting attacked from all corners, including the likes of Lucas Schoenmakers. You can just see how hard they're pushing for traction here. You'll have the likes of Rune de Bruyke. There's so many drivers here. It is literally, it's one of those races that is difficult to keep up in many respects. But now Thomas Martins pressurising your Breedfield going through turn 12. And Breedfield has the traction down for the moment, but a great run from Thomas Martins as they come across the line once again. 2 laps completed. Martins looks towards the inside, possibly on turns 1 and 2. And he gets up the inside of Breedfield, now takes second position. So Mathis Turlot is effectively a confirmed retirement. Luc Nielsen drops down to 17th place. Thomas Martins now up into second. Will start to try and catch up to Max Knappen. Christian de Klein, Jens van der Eyden, Kai Gielerts, Colin van Lammeren, Tim Gerhards now up into 8th ahead of Lucas Schoonmakers. Rune de Bruyke rounds out the top 10. Bergstein in 11th, so has started to fight back up the field. Gilles Clouet now up into 12th, having got past Nick Gerhards as there's more positions changing. And there is a 4-cart train coming through turn number 8. And that is being led by the 221 of Gilles Clouet, who's got the likes of Olivier Jonkers, who's gone steamrolling up the inside. And that's the 226 of Yuri Schoens, who's got past Clouet, who's lost out big time. As there was now I'm wondering, was there a little bit of contact maybe, possibly going through turn 10 through that battle? And that was the 267 of Turn Schmidt, who's really got the elbows out here. Max Knappen continues to lead. Thomas Martins rounds out the top 2. Breedfield, de Klein, Van der Heyden, Gielerts, Van Lammeren. Schoonmaker is now past Tim Gerhards for 8th place. Sam Bergstein now up into 10th place as we go to see the battle between Jens van der Eyden, who's just had Kai Gielerts pass him through turn 4, as Martins runs a little bit wide through turn 6. Gielerts takes a tighter line. So looks like also Colin van Lammeren and Lucas Schoonmaker is also using the same tactic. So sometimes a little bit of curb, depending on obviously how much traction they have, is actually allowing drivers to get a little bit of a wheel spin from the back axle, and then as they go back onto the tarmac, it helps them no end. As Joop Breedfield nearly gets past by Christian de Klein through turn 9, but Breedfield did have the run of momentum coming through that corner. Now Thomas Martins is closing quite considerably. So 5 minutes completed. 8 to go plus an additional lap. Martins really looking forward and trying to get going as he's looking towards the lead through into turn 2. Is he going to use the same tactic that he did? Oh, Knappen off onto the grass. Knappen off onto the grass. Martins takes the lead, and now that allows all and sundry behind to try and get past, and a few carts did, and that included Breedfield, who's now up into second position. De Klein, Gielerts is up there too. So this battle now is really intensifying, but at the moment Thomas Martins does have a bit of an advantage, and between Martins and Breedfield it was just under 1.5 seconds. So at the moment Breedfield is being chased down by the likes of De Klein. Knappen is nearly being well, that was a definite Mansell dummy there from Kai Gielerts, who really had the thinking cap on there. Well done for the 274. He literally came out of turn 8, went towards the outside of Max Knappen going into turn 9, and then decided to jink to the left, and then all of a sudden he's got through. Jonker is now down into 17th position. I still remember when Olivier used to run as a junior Rotax driver. But Martins crosses the line first. Breedfield, De Klein, Gielerts, Knappen, Schoonmakers, Van der Eyden, Van Lammeren, Gerhards, Bergstein. Looks like Jonkers is going to be a confirmed retirement imminently, so that will bring us down to 16 out of the 18 drivers that started this race almost 7 minutes ago. Drivers still struggling with the traction as there's a little bit of a battle a bit further down the order, round towards the back end of the field, and that is for around, I think, 13th position. So you probably have Rune de Bruyke and Turn Schmidt battling away, but Thomas Martins has nearly a 2-second advantage at this stage of the race. We're now on to lap number 6. As now has Rilitz, and it's getting to be really, really feisty for second position now, because Rilitz is trying to get past Decline, and these two, there's no love lost between these two, if I'm completely honest. Max Knappen is factoring in. This is allowing the 212 of Jorg Breedfield as Rilitz gets a good run coming out of turn 11 and punches his way past Christian Decline on the approach into turn 12. So the 274 from JJ Racing now up into third place. This is now the opportunity that Rilitz needs to push forward, as Max Knappen now also tries his hand at getting up the inside of Christian Decline. Oh, spins the back end out 180 degrees, pointing in the wrong direction, and that nearly compromises a whole host of drivers, including the likes of Tim Gerhards. And then there was also quite a few others behind. Sam Bergstein, I think, was also behind there. Jens van der Eyden also nearly being compromised as a result of the spin from Max Knappen, who tried to go up the inside of Christian Decline, but it did not work out, unfortunately. 4 minutes and 45 seconds plus an additional lap. And Max Knappen now down in 5th place behind the likes, well, he's a bit further down than 5th place, but Thomas Martins still leading the way, as Max Knappen now on the back bumper of pole sitter Sam Bergstein in the 219, who in turn is closing on Tim Gerhards. Now Gerhards is down in 8th place, so that's not going to be the amount of points that he might want, as just behind Max Knappen, I think that was Jens van der Eyden that was nearly going off the track off of turn 10 as Martins crosses the line to complete lap number 6. The fastest driver out there is Kai Rilitz, running at the top 3 at the moment. 274 from JJ Racing, closing on Breedfield for second place. The gap between them was just over, or just under half a second. After the completion of lap 7, we're now on to lap number 8 of the race, as Colin van Lammeren has got Tim Gerhards and the recovering Sam Bergstein not too far behind, as Gerhards goes onto the curbs, going through into turn number 5. So Breedfield, I think, is probably signalling to Rilitz, saying, come on, work with me, let's go and catch Thomas Martins, shall we? But I know for a fact that Kai Rilitz will have other ideas. You can't really tell another driver to say, work with me. But if it's... now, there have been a couple of pushing penalties issued now, and these will be added to the race time post the session, and that will be Colin van Lammeren has got a 5-second penalty for pushing, and that will drop him outside of the top 10 if things were to finish as they are now. Also, the 255 of Thomas Martins, the leader, has got a 5-second penalty for pushing. So Martins really, really needs to get a wriggle on now and open up that gap. 3 seconds between him and Kai Rilitz, so Rilitz is de facto leader, and we've had another 5-second penalty issued, and this time it is for Nick Gerhards in the 206 for causing an avoidable collision as Sam Bergstein gets up the inside of Tim Gerhards, and that is effectively for what is now going to be 5th position. But Tim Gerhards gets ever so close to the left-hand side of Sam Bergstein going through into turn 5. And just behind them, they've got Colin van Lammeren and Max Knappen. Max Knappen is effectively what's going to be 7th position, I think, by my recollection, I think. So we're getting towards the last 2 or so minutes of this race. And Thomas Martins, if he does not put the hammer down quickly enough, as Christian Decline now gets past Jorg Breedfield for P3, what is effectively going to be 2nd position behind Kai Rilitz with the way things as they are. That will end up being the runner-up spot. So this will help Rilitz's opportunity to move up the standings order. Now all sessions are provisional pending any sporting and technical checks. And Martins is not going to run away. Not at all. With the pace that Kai Rilitz is setting, Martins just did a 1 minute 15.721 second lap time. Kai Rilitz a 1 minute 15.031, and Rilitz also has the fastest lap of the race. We come into the last 60 seconds before the final lap board will come out. And the battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th still being heftily contested. by Christian de Klein in the 299 on the CRG chassis, and it is a three-way scrap in terms of the Netherlands pride between de Klein, Joop Breedveld and the ever-closing Lucas Schoenmakers in the 210 from JJ Racing. And Schoenmaker is now going for the move up the inside of Breedveld and gets through by a absolute whisker. You couldn't put a sheet of A4 paper lengthways on landscape between them. 21 seconds to go, and Martins crosses the line 1.7 seconds ahead of Rielerts. de Klein in third and has gotten away from Schoenmakers. Breedveld down to fifth. Bergstein now back up into sixth position, having started from pole. Tim Gerhard's in seventh ahead of Colin van Lammeren. Max Knappen, Jens van der Eyden, Nick Gerhards, Turnschmidt, Rune de Bruyke. Who's now dropped behind Jori Schoens and Luc Niesen in the running order, with Gilles Clouet from Belgium rounding out the 16 that are still running. Mathis Turlo, unfortunately the 242 on the Birolart chassis, eliminated on the very first lap, with Olivier Jonkers also retiring on lap number 3 of the race. So we're on the penultimate lap. The timer has gone past 13 minutes. And Rielerts has been closing, as now Bergstein trying to go alongside Breedveld, going down into turn 10. Breedveld has the inside line, but then Bergstein tries to get the power down early, coming through the exit of turn 10. Can't get through, but he gets a great run going out towards turn 12. Bergstein's going to put it up the inside of Breedveld and now takes the position. On to the last lap we go. Thomas Martins is going to be a little bit further down the order than I think the 255 from Belgium would like to be, because Kai Rielerts is closing, and Rielerts is actually wanting to go for the victory. The thing is that he probably doesn't know that Martins has got a penalty, but if he can get in front on the road, this is going to drop Martins down the order as Rielerts goes tied up the inside through turn 6, onto the back straight away for the final time. Martins uses the outside line and powers down towards the 7th corner for the last time, the 12th and final time, as we are on the 12th and final lap of the race. But Rielerts closing through the exit of turn 8. Martins runs wide as Rielerts goes up the inside, takes a tighter line. Martins gets the switch back in the wet weather conditions, down towards turn 10 for the final time we go. Rielerts looking to try and do the business on the road, and through turn 11 they come. Does Rielerts gets the inside line? Oh, that was close between the pair of them. But nevertheless, it still means that Kai Rielerts will take the victory, because Thomas Martins has got a post-race penalty of 5 seconds. They come out of the final corner. The run to line is on. Martins will cross the line first, but he will not be the victor, even though he punches the air. Kai Rielerts knows it. He knows that he's got a second place finish, but it will turn to first. Christian de Klein takes third. Lucas Schoenmakers, well, I must be completely honest, that was a great bit of damage limitation from Thomas Martins, because the revised order post-race will be that Kai Rielerts takes the victory, Christian de Klein in second, Thomas Martins will take third position, because he was, with a 5-second penalty, that drops him in front of Lucas Schoenmakers. So Schoenmakers will take fourth, Bergstein takes fifth, Breedveld in sixth, Gerhards will take 7th. Colin van Lammeren will drop from 8th down to 11th, which then promotes Max Knappen and Jens van der Eyden. But then you also look at Nick Gerhards. Gerhards will drop 5 seconds back. Turnschmidt, Jori Schoens, Luc Niesen, Rune de Bruyke and Gilles Clouet ran out the 16 strong that finished, with Olivier Jonkers retiring on lap 3 and Mathis Turlo retiring on the very first lap itself.
Ja, 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 die zullen ja. Ja, die zullen nog bij. Als je 10 krijgt, dan nee, waar je wel.
Niet even niet eruit. Ja, als je straks naar het hotel rijdt, is het op de fiets zetten, dat weet ik. Dan sta ik op. Ik zeg dat je inderdaad altijd een rode kap en dan altijd fietsen. En ik had hem meegenomen toen hij was het bokken wil. Gewoon in het donker. Nog een keer laten weer. Je moet over 3 weken terug. Ik denk dat het leef. Echt te laat. Als je erin zit, dat doet al ook goed. Man. Jij wil er in en uit?
Het is wel een gekruid.
Bert heeft er 2 stukjes in. Ik kan nergens meer doen.
Ik heb bestemming
Zal ik antwoord aan Andreas of zal ik het hier rechtstreeks?
First up, we had junior road tax. Now comes senior road tax. Here is the lengthy grid. 29 drivers in all. The 342 got a 3-place grid drop. That was Derek Jansen, who starts 18th, with Luna Blum not getting a competitive lap time. But your grid is as follows. Arthur Horsch from France in the 337 lines up on pole position alongside Great Britain's Sean Butcher. Then it is Luca Leistra in the 372 and the 314 and Morris Schuring rounding out row 2. Ehad Turka in the 309 starts from 5th ahead of Max Stemmerdink. Calvin de Groot and Andres Heber round out row 4 ahead of Milan Koppens and Bart de Wit, who round out the top 10. Jeff Machiels, Beert Dorrestein, Mike van Vught, Jules Castro and Jordi van der Eyck round out the top 15 ahead of Vincent van Kerkhoffen, who lost a wheel in qualifying, but good to see the number 383 back on the grid. Lars Zenen, Derek Jansen, Victor Plateau and Corby de Bruyker round out the top 20 positions. Then it is Sem van Thiel, Scott Westhovens, Emily de Hoys, Leonie Claude, Pranger Jens, it says on the timing, I think it ends Pranger there if I'm completely honest, Baz Janssen, Clementine Benoit, Flint Schuring and Luna Blum. That is your 29 strong grid. 13 minutes set on the timer, ready to go out the minute we get the green, we get the red light going out on the gantry. And once all the field has gotten past the start-finish line, that will happen. So, red lights on the gantry. 13 minutes of senior road tax action, ready to get things underway. So, Horsch, Butcher, Leistra, Morris Schuring, Turka, Stemmerdink, de Groot, Heber, Koppens and de Wit. That is your top 10 positions. Now the grey cloud looks to be intensifying in the darkness overhead. The rain is still continuing to fall. But nevertheless, what will happen over the next 13 minutes will definitely be exciting and entertaining for those watching at home. I know, obviously, with the current situation, we have to run these under closed door events. under stringent regulations. However, we can bring the show to you. We'll bring the action to you so you can enjoy it in the comfort of your own home. Race director now informing the drivers to start getting into the relevant positions, telling them to slow down, ready and willing and able to go into the tram lines. We are now heading in to the final corner as Luna Blum comes to the back of the field to complete the 29 strong grid. Senior Rotax pre-final one, race one of their 4 races this weekend, is about to get underway. Through into the tram lines, revs rise on the Rotax racing engines. It's a clean start and a great getaway by Artur Roche at the front of the field. As Lystra trying to get through towards the inside, there's multiple carts. I can at least 6 off of turn number 2. Sean Butcher trying to, now where is he at the moment? He is trying to do his utmost as the field is absolutely turned upside down and on its head. As multiple drivers, I think I saw one of the KR Sports drivers, that I think that might have been Ehad Turka, being one of those carts that went off. Absolute rooster tails coming off the back of these carts through the Mojo wet weather tyres as down towards turn 7 for the first time we go. And I'm just waiting as everyone, it's nearly 2-3 abreast going into turn number 7. I think Sean Butcher is towards the back end of the field, or is he? No, he's not. He looks to be a bit further up the order. And he's got quite a few drivers as the 323 turned around. And that was Flint Schuring. So Flint Schuring now drops to the back of the field as we've got just over a minute of this race completed. And another turnaround this time for the 383. And narrow avoidance as the 398 of Kobe de Bruyker nearly comes into blows with Vincent van Kerkhoffen. As now they cross the line out to Hosh leads. Calvin de Groot, Milan Koppens, Andres Heber, Jeff Mahiels, Mike Van Vush, Jules Castro, Drake Jansen, Jordi van der Eyck, and Lars Zanen rounds out the top 10 positions. Sean Butcher down in 17th. Emily de Hoy is now up into 15th. Ehad Turka all the way down in 23rd position. Lystra also got compromised and is now down into 20th. Morris Schuring all the way down in 25th place. Luna Blum now up into 21st as the field makes its way through turn 7 once again. But Artur Roche over Calvin de Groot from the Netherlands had a gap of nearly 0.6 of a second as everyone is trying to battle for position. Jeff Mahiels trying to close onto the back bumper of Dams Racing's Andreas Heber. Now I know that several drivers were wanting a rain dance, but probably not to the intensity that we've had so far this weekend as Artur Roche continues to lead. Heber closing on Koppens up towards the not Koppens, de Groot up the inside through turn 12. Does he make the move? I think he has, because Milan Koppens still now up into what is effectively second position. Andreas Heber up into third. De Groot drops to fourth in the process. Mahiels, Van Vught is now up the inside. Goes de Groot on Andreas Heber and has got Jeff Mahiels breathing down the rear exhaust pipe of that Rotax powered cart. Jules Castro in the 396 now up in, he started 14th, he's now up 7 positions up to 7th place as everyone's still battling away. Van Vught very much in the opportunity window here to try and get up towards the top 5 places. 9 minutes and 50 seconds to go plus an additional lap. The gap between Artur Roche and Milan Koppens now extended to over 1.5 seconds as Jeff Mahiel still battling away with I'm just trying to keep up with this. This is absolutely this is one of those races. I did say that it would take it to another level, and it just so simply has. So many different drivers using completely different ways of trying to get through the corners. Drake Jansen using a different line. So a little bit of a tussle there between Scott Westhovens and Beard Dorrestein going through into turn 10. Westhovens stuck it up the inside and Dorrestein had to respond. So on to lap number 4 of this race. Roche now has a lead of 2.383 seconds as we go on to lap number 4. Milan Koppens still rounds out the top 2. Andreas Heber is the Dutchman, Calvin de Groot, Jeff Mahiels, Mike Van Vught being pressurised now by Drake Jansen, who's now with SP Motorsport, and then is ahead of GKS Lemons Power's very own Jules Castro. Jordi van der Eyck rounds out 9th place. Watch out for Sean Butcher. The Brit in the 3:57 from KR Sport has been literally lighting up fastest personal best lap times. And last time around, the Brit did a 1 minute 15.219 second lap time. So Butcher, who started on the front row alongside Artur Roche, and I'm sure there is definitely with Sini Rotax, there are always talking points. It's always down to whatever happens behind the scenes, as in the post-race discussions. However, 8 minutes and 10 seconds plus an additional lap still to go. I wonder how big the gap now is for Artur Roche, because the Frenchman now trying to get away. Running at the top, 20 at the minute. From 11th downwards is Sean Butcher, Sam Van Til, Victor Plateau, Beer Doristin, Scott Westhovens, Luca Leister, Jens Planger, Emily de Hoys, Clementine Benoit, Ehad Turka rounds out the top 20 at the minute. But that will all change very shortly as Butcher gets past Lars Zanen through into 10th position. And now has quite a few carts just up ahead. So Butcher will start to close on Jordi van der Eyck as they make their way through turns 3, 4 and 5. On to the right at 6. So Butcher, I spoke with him a bit earlier on this weekend. He's just put in a 1:14.8, and Artur Roche has done the best lap of anybody so far this race, a 1 minute 14.406, just over a lap and a half ago, and has just put in a 1 minute 14.529 second lap time. So just keep your eyes on Sean Butcher, because he's really got the hammer down now, has the Brit in the 3:57, and I know for a fact that Jordi van der Eyck lost out big time. It was by over 1.3 seconds that Butcher closed on Van der Eyck in terms of where he is on the track. He's got past Van der Eyck. Now next up is Jules Castro. So Butcher trying to exercise some damage limitation, because the biggest battle at the moment, Lewis Gilbert, unfortunately not here, is racing back in the UK at the moment, obviously with the current restrictions. So Butcher now has got an opportunity to close the gap to Mike Van Vugt, who will effectively become the de facto leader post this race, irrespective of what might happen. But if Sean Butcher gets ahead of Mike Van Vugt, then the pendulum swings in a slightly different direction. So now, this is where it really counts. And also, wet weather conditions like this, plenty of standing water on the circuit. You can't really see how a race is going to unfold until you see someone lighting up the timing screens. Artur Roche still running in the 1:14.7s. Looking at the pace of Sean Butcher, he's just on a 1:15.4, but obviously with traffic just up ahead, he has got Mike Van Vugt in his crosshairs. So Butcher has got past Jules Castro in the meantime. Castro still trying to get past the Brits as they now make the run down to turn number 10. As Van Vugt, Drake Jansen getting very, very wide, using a different line coming out of turn number 10 is now Van der Eyck trying to get past Castro, going through into turn 10 as now Butcher gets up the inside of Van Vugt and now takes the position. And Castro looks to have lost out to quite a few people, and that includes Jordi van der Eyck. So Castro now down into 10th position. Artur Roche now has a 4.3 second advantage over Milan Koppens. Andres Herbert makes it 2 French drivers in the top 3. Is up the inside of Calvin de Groot goes Drake Jansen in the 3:52. That was a great move. And just behind them, they have now got Drake Jansen. Sean Butcher is closing. And when I look at the timesheets, last lap around, Sean Butcher was the quickest of anyone between 4th and 7th. By a considerable margin. When you consider it, it was over 3.5 tenths of a second. 1/1000th between Jeff Michiels and Drake Jansen. Calvin de Groot was unfortunately the slowest out of those drivers. But now Butcher has an opportunity. Jansen goes towards the outside once again through turn 10, but it just depends on how quickly Butcher can get the power down. So now de Groot coming under fire from Drake Jansen, going through into turn number 12. And Butcher not too far behind. See who gets the power out of the corner better, and this time it was Drake Jansen. But Sean Butcher is going to get a double toe as Jansen up the inside of de Groot, up through into turn number 2. De Groot gets the switchback. Butcher's going to try and go through, thread the eye of the needle, not quite through the inside of turn 2. Now into turn 3, Van Vugt rejoins the battle as Butcher had a great run of traction coming out of turn 3, but literally as Jansen was right in front of him. 2 is 12 if you want to use a American Air Force term. You know, if they're behind you, it's on your 6, or if they're ahead, it's at your 12. As now Butcher looks to go up the inside. I think he might have made the move through. Oh, that was close. That was very close between him and Drake Jansen, but Sean Butcher made sure the position was him by the exit of that corner. So now Butcher up into what is effectively 6th position. I've not seen any announcements from race control at the minute, as we still have just over 3 minutes plus an additional lap of this Senior Road Tax pre-final on day 1. And it has been an absolute joy to see something like this. It's not easy for the drivers as Luca Leistra now powers around the outside of Jordi van der Eyck. That puts the Belgian back into the top 10. We've got just under 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Arthur Horsch leads by nearly 4.8 seconds ahead of Milan Koppens. Andres Herbert rounds out the top 3. Jeff Machiels in 4th. And just 1.5 or so seconds behind is Sean Butcher. And I'm looking at the lap times between the two. Machiels did a personal best of a 1 minute 15.321. Koppens just put in a 1:14.966. And Butcher did a 1 minute 15.443. And he's got a 10th up in Sector 1. So drivers finding different running lines through the corners. Ehad Turker in the meantime has managed to recover back up into 14th place, having dropped all the way down to 25th. Bart de Wit gets past Corby de Bruyker for 28th place. Jordi van der Eyck and Luca Leistra now get past Jules Castro, with Leistra now in 9th place. And there has been a time penalty issued. And just keeping an eye, that looks like the 3:07 of Max Stemmerdink gets a time penalty. I'll wait to see what the timing screen says. As the darkness is falling, the rain is intensifying yet again before we have our last pre-final of the day, with DD2 and DD2 Masters set to compete. So Drake Jansen and Luca Leistra now up into 6th and 7th. Calvin de Groot now ahead of Mike van Vugt and Jordi van der Eyck, which makes it 3 Dutch drivers completing the top 10. Leonie Claude now up into 21st. So we'll see how the French driver gets, see if she can actually close up. Not too far behind Max Stemmerdink at the moment, so Stemmerdink is going to drop out of the top 20 post-race as a result of that time penalty. I'm still just awaiting official confirmation via the official timing screens and through the race controllers. The rain is lashing down. It's raining cats and dogs, as we'd say in the United Kingdom. So Roche has a lead by 6.2 seconds ahead of Milan Koppens, and look how close Andres Herbert is. Herbert was 6/10 off of the Belgian going through across the line. So we're now on to lap number 11. The time fast ticking away. We're on the 11th and penultimate lap. Koppens takes a different line, as does Herbert going through into turn 5. Herbert took a bit more curb than the Belgian, so the run for second place well and truly on. Sean Butcher trying to close on Jeff Machiels, and he's on the verge of possibly going for 4th place, as now Butcher slingshots up the inside through into turn 7. The 3:57 from KR Sport gets back past Jeff Machiels to take 4th place on the penultimate lap at turn number 7. Timer has now expired, so the 2 real big battles we need to watch out for, as Arthur Horsch has literally cantered away with it here in the pre-final for Senior Road Tax. One last lap, 1,360 metres for the 3:37 from France. Koppens still ahead of Andres Herbert. Sean Butcher has got some daylight between himself, even though it might be grey overhead, in front of Jeff Machiels, and the gap between them was over 1.3 seconds. Luca Leistra has also now made up another position, up to 6th. Drake Jansen drops to 7th, ahead of Calvin de Groot, Mike van Vugt, and Jordi van der Eyck, who round out the top 10. Castro, Zeinen, Van Til, Turker and Plateau look to be the drivers that will score points. It's the top 15 that get those points on the board. But we're on to the final lap of the race. The rain again hitting hard. But nevertheless, it's been an absolutely stellar performance after a great getaway from Arthur Roche. The 3:37 from France now comes through into the right-hander at turn 10 for the final time, as Milan Koppen still heads up second position ahead of Andreas Hebauer. Sean Butcher clearly ahead of Jeff Mahiels, who will round out the top 5. But what a great win from lights out to checkered flag for France's Arthur Roche in the 3:37 by an absolute landslide. He crosses the line. Here comes Milan Koppens in second place, looks over the right shoulder, knows he's got second. 6.745 seconds was the gap between first and second. Andreas Hebauer makes it two French drivers in the top 3. Sean Butcher from Great Britain in 4th. Jeff Mahiels and Luca Leistra round out the top 6 ahead of Derek Janssen, Calvin de Groot, Jordi van der Eyck with Mike van Vugt in the 3:76, dropping to 10th on the final lap. Jules Castro and Lars Zanen make it 2 Belgian drivers from GKS Lemons Power to close out the top 12 ahead of Erhard Tucker and Sem van Til and Beer Doristin, who ran out the top 15, all scoring points, provisionally speaking. Victor Plateau, Scott Westhovens, Planger Jens, Max Stemmerdink and Maurice Schuring ran out the top 20. Emily de Hoys ahead of Leonie Claude, Baz Janssen, Clementine Benoit, Vincent van Kerkhoffen, Bart de Wit, Corbett de Bruyke, Luna Blum and Flint Schuring round out the running order. But everyone, it looked like, got to the finish at the end of that one. the 5 pre-finals. That's gone away in a flash, hasn't it, really? So we got DD2 and DD2 Masters up next. We will have a short break before the finals, but here is the running order, respective of the qualifying positions overall, but I will take you through the relevant qualifications results as they were. So Mick Knowlton will start from pole position. He will be ahead of current points leader Glenn van Parijs in the 4:15. Then you have got Zonov Schiblak and Robin Knutsson. Now this is the Swede's DD2 debut. I did have a chat with him earlier on. He said, I'm starting to get used to the differences between DD2 and senior Rotax. So it'll be interesting to see how he fares. Paulo Biscances from France will have the pole sitter in DD2 Masters. Debacker, Carl Klebold rounding out the top 6 positions. Rudy Champion is second in the overall classification for qualifying for DD2 Masters. He will start in 7th position. Alongside him will be Carl Klebold's son Jordi in the 4:10. Sebastian Deconde, I'm wondering if he is actually out on the circuit at the moment. I haven't seen his... Could I ask that Tim Gerhards, 205, please report to the stewards immediately. Tim Gerhards, 205, to the stewards immediately, please. Thank you. Tom Dessert rounds out the... Wout Antonissen rounds out the top 10 overall, but that is 8th in DD2. Tom Dessert rounds out the top 3 in DD2 Masters, but will start 11th. Alongside will be Britain's Tamsin Germain in the 5:25. So that completes row 6. Yanni Gersens will start in 13th position, and that will be 9th in DD2. Alongside will be the current points leader in DD2 Masters, Christoph Adams in the 555, who starts 14th. Roland Kinch and Brindley Kinch, a British double bill on row number, well, effectively what is going to be row number 8. So Roland Kinch is 6th in DD2 Masters, Brindley Kinch 10th in DD2. Roland Kinch in DD2 Masters, Brindley Kinch in DD2, my apologies there. Maxime Derige, who had a shortcut, which meant that the 499 was demoted all the way back to 11th, but starts on the 17th and penultimate position. And from Belgium, Bart Koolman in the 5:16 will round out the 18-strong grid. So 13 minutes on the timer, set to start counting down the minute we go. Lights out for the final time in the pre-final stages of day 1 here at the second round of the 2020 BNL Karting Series season. Red lights on the gantry, 13 minutes set to go down as we now get into the rolling start phase. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise, lights are out. It's a good start according to the race director, and there is a literal plume of water spray going up north into the air as everyone tries to make their way through, as the likes of Knowlton's trying to struggle, and Zonov Schiblak is absolutely going like a whirling dervish, and he's got the lead going through turn 5. Has he? He has! Zonov Schiblak started from 3rd on the grid and managed to slingshot his way past everybody else, including Mick Knowlton, the pole sitter, as we have got a little bit of a drama. One driver's gone very, very wide, coming out of turn number 6 as the field makes its way through into turn 8 for the first time. Schiblak leads. No, he doesn't. He loses a bit of momentum as someone hits the water splash very, very hard. That was the 432 of Sweden's Robin Knutsson. Zonov Schiblak nearly came a bit unfooted there going through the exit of turn 8. The Belgian ran wide as Knowlton's trying to go up the inside through turn 10. Van Parijs in 3rd place looks towards to get the better run of momentum through turn 11, and he's made it work, and he's absolutely powered past Mick Knowlton going through into turn 12, but the Dutch driver on the inside looking to keep ahead, but he doesn't, as he gets a bit tail happy coming out of the final corner as Knutsson has got Bescances from France on his back bumper. The French driver looking up the inside through into turn 2, gets up the inside of the Swede, as now it is a Belgian 1-2 as Zonov Schiblak trying to get past. Well, he's trying to keep the lead at the minute as through the water splash goes 3 drivers. I think I counted. One of them was Knowlton, the other one was Knutsson, and possibly Carl Klebold, who is leading DD2 at the DD2 Masters in this race. As now we've got dramas there for the 433 of Wout Antonissen. Now the biggest thing is that if the water splash is on the right-hand side of the kart, that could cause problems, because the starting mechanism for these karts are on the left-hand side, according to the layout of the Rotax Max Evo engine layout. As now Van Parijs is trying to go battling with his teammates and also countryman, the two-time reigning and defending BNL Karting Series DD2 champion, who as Mick Knowlton absolutely storms up the inside of Vampirize, who didn't want any of that at all, and he powers towards the inside of turn 12. Great reaction there from Vampirize. So Shriblack sporting his Team Belgium overalls, and I'm wondering if they were the ones that he used at Sarno last year in the grand finals. You never know, I might have to ask him a bit later on. But he takes the title line through turn 3. Vampirize uses the outside line to get the momentum through and manages to keep Mick Knowlton behind him. As there's Tamsin Germain. Unfortunately, the British come off worse off of turn number 2. And the rain is really hitting hard now. This is going to be tough for a lot of drivers. So Tamsin Germain has been an unwilling participant of the adverse conditions, really taking their toll. And now with the rain intensifying, it depends on how bad this can get later on this afternoon, because we still have 5 more races to go. And it's about the driver that can really manage the situation as best as humanly possible. And at the moment, Zander Shriblack is doing that for DD2. Beskan says in the meantime has got past Robin Knutsson. So the Swede running in the top 5 at the moment, but Carl Klebold not too far behind, but behind him is Jordi Klebold in the 410. Tom Dessert now is second in the DD2 Masters classification, ahead of Rudy Champion, the Rotax Max Winter Cup champion from earlier on this year. As up the inside is that Champion, I think, that's gone up the inside, and he has got past Tom Dessert there, I think. Looks to be the case as they now make their way through. As Champion and also Dessert hit the water splash on the inside of turn 4. Multiple drivers using that apex line, and that's going to bring up a lot more water, because obviously they've got the air coolers on the left hand side of the engine as well, which is not just where the starting mechanism is. So it allows the engine to get that sort of breathability, and obviously with damp air, water and air, but they're both oxygenated. But sometimes air and water necessarily do not mix. And they have a flap at the top of it, which they will adjust depending on how much airflow they want to come into the engine. And obviously with the wet weather conditions, you want to have the maximum amount of power with the minimal amount of water sort of making its way into the engine side of things. So 8 minutes and 8 seconds plus an additional lap. Zander Shriblack now will have possibly nigh on a second lead over Glenn Vampirize, make that 1.1 seconds. Knowlton and is closely being followed by Beskan says, who has absolutely dropped Robin Knutsson behind, and Knutsson was behind the French driver by nearly 2.9 seconds on that last lap alone. So Beskan says definitely getting faster, but so is Zander Shriblack. Shriblack now has put in the fastest lap of the race, so 1 minute 13.577. And what the biggest thing people might, as someone's gone really brutally into the water splash again off of turn 4. There's so many of them. There's one on the exit of turn 8. There's one on the inside of turn 4. There's possibly one on the inside of turn 5. So the amount of water that is deluging its way onto the circuit is not easy for the drivers to combat with. As we now turn our attention back to the likes of Glenn Vampirize, he's just got to work. He's just got to keep the consistency. That's the biggest thing here. There's 4 races. There's a maximum total of 100 points if you get 4 victories. But if you get, like Vampirize had last time out in early August, he had 3 second place finishes and a win, and that kept him ahead of Baz Lammers by just 2 points. Now, has someone gone off? I saw someone going very wide through into turn 12. There is a yellow flag being waved, and there is a GKS Lemons Power kart, and that is Tom Dessert. Went flying off the circuit, and there's problems further still. Robin Knutsson's just gone off. And I think I saw also, there was someone else just up. Well, there's Sebastian de Grand. As again, Robin Knutsson, I don't know whether his cart's become a magnet or whether he's been attracted to that water splash on the inside of turn number 4. Multiple drivers going through it. So Tom Dessert having the biggest moment of everybody after Tamsin Germain. And that has now dropped Tom Dessert ahead, down to 17th position and 7th. So in many respects, this could be a very, very difficult race, and I know for a fact that some drivers will want to make sure that they are well prepared for the finals a bit later on today. However, back to the start of the field we go. I'm keeping my eye. The danger driver I'm sensing here is Francis Paulo Bescancés in the 453. And the French driver really keeping things well and truly composed. And now up into 5th place goes Jordi Kleebold, followed by Robin Knudsen. Jordi Kleebold, and now it's Rudy Champion. So Champion now leads. Carl Kleebold has actually dropped to what is 2nd in DD2 Masters. Robin Knudsen has now dropped down into 9th position overall on the field, and what is effectively 8th in terms of DD2. So the Swede was running as high as 4th place before Bescancés got past, and then the Swede had a bit of a moment coming off of turn number 2. Fastest driver at the moment, however, is the one in 3rd position. Last time around, when we completed lap number 6, was Mick Knowlton, a 1 minute 13.420. Glenn Van Parijs, a 1 minute 13.601, and Zon of Schiblak 20 thousandths off the fastest lap of the race so far. So Knowlton looking a bit more racy than the two in front, but Zon of Schiblak still has, well, what was nearly a 1.4 second lead. Van Parijs is closing and has put in an absolute howler of not a howler of a lap, a howitzer of a lap there. A 1 minute 13.392 second lap. And that gap was nearly 1.4 seconds. Van Parijs has taken well over 0.3 of a second out of that. Make that 0.33 seconds out of Zon of Schiblak on that particular occasion. So there's definitely a few battles going on, because Rudy Champion has got past Jordi Kleebold. So Champion now looking to extend that gap over Carl Kleebold, who now rounds out the top 10. Antonissen completes the top 11. I did speak with Christoph Adams, who's wearing a special sort of bandage, if you will, over his right elbow. So he's not at the peak of fitness. He said, unfortunately, that's what happens when you get old. But hey, the main thing is to see Christoph racing on the circuit. That's still very, very good, despite the current climate that we're in. So, in many respects, a lot can change over the course of a race weekend. The wet weather, definitely an equaliser. As now, let's see the gap between the two leaders. Van Parijs is closing once again and has put in a 1 minute 13.466 second lap time. That is over, well, that's 0.208 seconds quicker than Zon of Schiblak. So Schiblak did a 13.674 and Van Parijs a 13.466 in terms of it was a 73.466 second lap time for Glenn Van Parijs. So he is trying to close in these wet weather conditions. Watch out for the danger driver, though, who's just set the fastest lap of the race. So the 453 of Francis Paulo Bescancés now goes quicker than anybody. A 1 minute 13.244 second lap time from Bescancés. Bescancés, my apologies, I've got that pronunciation wrong. I think through the majority of that race, so Paulo, my apologies. Désolé. Knudsen has now got past Sebastian de Grand for 8th position on the grid. As now Zon of Schiblak, I think, he's now responded. He has definitely responded, because now the gap between him, so Van Parijs had a bit of a different lap there that time, a 1 minute 13.878 for the Belgian, and then a 1 minute 13.454 second lap time, as there is a cart unfortunately stricken to the side, and that is off of the exit of turn number 5. Now, I'm not too sure who that is. That is Tom Dessert. It just gets, unfortunately for the 530 from Belgium, he started P3 in terms of DD2 Masters, and that now has ended his race on what was lap number 8. We are fast approaching the conclusion of this 5th pre-final, as now Zon of Schiblak getting... Oh! Now Shriblack has had a definitive moment because that allowed Glenn Van Parijs, who was close to getting through on the inside of turn number 11, and he lost. Shriblack had a massive differential that put him into the clutches of Van Parijs. The gap was 1.266 seconds. It's now under half a second. As now a personal bet. It was a 1 minute 14. That's the worst lap I think that Sander Shriblack has had over the course of this race, as Glenn Van Parijs did a 1 minute 13.282, and that was 90 thousandths quicker than Mick Knowlton. And then Besancenez closing, but is about 8 tenths off of Mick Knowlton the last time they crossed the line. So we're on to the 11th and penultimate lap of the pre-final stages of day one. Tom Dessau pretty much a confirmed retirement as they come through into turn 8 for the penultimate time, as now Van Parijs looks for the opportunity to strike. Time has hit 0. After this lap, it's one more to go before the short break before the final stages of day 1 of the second round of the 2020 BNL Karting Series season. Sander Shriblack looking to get his title defence back into full gear. We'll have one more lap after this, and Sander Shriblack, despite everything that has been thrown at him, comes across the line, gets the last lap board of the race. Sander Shriblack's lead over Glenn Van Parijs now just over 9.5 tenths of a second. Mick Knowlton in third. Besancenez from France rounds out the top 4. Champion makes it another French driver, but it is the leader in the DD2 Masters running order in 5th place. Carl Clibort now gets up another position and then drops down again, because he and Sebastien Degrand in the 487 are battling away. But the leaders now coming through turn 7 for the final time into the right hand sweeper at 8, as Sander Shriblack just leaning in to the left hand side of the kart, just trying to keep the momentum and allowing to keep to the racing line. And this is going to be very, very close. It's going to be the closest top 4 finish we'll have had all day long so far. Down they sprint towards turn number 10 for the final time. Towards the outside of the corner, then Van Parijs closed up quite quickly through turns 10 and into 11. But the checkered flag will wave, and round the final corner, looks like a very, very well-earned victory for Sander Shriblack in the 401 from Bouvin Power. 0.627 seconds ahead of Glenn Van Parijs. Mick Knowlton rounds out the top 3 ahead of Paulo Besancenez from France. Top 4 covered by 2.3 seconds. Rudy Champion wins in DD2 Masters in 5th place ahead of Jordi Klebort in the number 410. Robin Knutsson would finish in 7th overall, but 6th in DD2. Ahead of Jan Nigusens in the number 490. Sebastien Legrand will take 9th as Carl Klebort, who rounds out the top 10, takes 3rd in, well, I think, no, that's not 3rd, that's 2nd in DD2 Masters, ahead of Christoph Adams, who takes 3rd and 11th overall. Wotan Tonnesson takes 12th, ahead of Roland Kinch, who's 4th in DD2 Masters. Maxime de Rijk made it up to 14th, ahead of Tamsin Germain, who rounds out the top 5 in DD2 Masters, with Bart Koolman ahead of Brindley Kinch at the end of it, with poor Tom Dessau retiring on lap number 8. So after all of that, that concludes the pre-final stages for the pre-final stages for day 1 here at the second round of the BNL Karting Series season at Karting Genk, the home of champions. So in just 20 minutes time, we start our final rush towards the finish line for day 1, as we'll have our 5 races, starting off with Micromax at 2:10 this afternoon. Welcome back, and now it is time for our first of 5 finals here for the first day of competition, bringing to an eventual conclusion the first half of the second round of the 2020 BNL Karting Series season. Micromax back out on the circuit, 13 minutes plus an additional lap set on the timer. And here is your grid. So Mies Huben, who took the victory by 3.924 seconds in the first race, will start once again from pole position. Alongside him will be the number 19 of Max Swiderski, who will look to strike back this afternoon. I can guarantee you that much. He lines up on the front row. Mats van Rooyen, who had a great battle with Jake Menton in the number 31. Those two drivers complete the top 4. Menton was close on a third place finish in the first race today. However, a spin on the Europlan straight tore that asunder, unfortunately. So Menton will look to try and get a top 3 finish before the day is out. Rounding out the 6-strong grid will be the number 30 from the Netherlands of Boris Maximov, who at one point managed to get past Jake Menton before the dying stages of the race. And then Jenthe Moonen managed to get through the first race pretty much unscathed and will start as the sole Belgian on the grid in 6th place. This time around we will go on to our formation lap. So the rain has been consistently battering the circuit from all 4 corners of the 1,360 metre circuit, 12 turns in all over the course of the 20-minute break between the last of the pre-finals with DD2 and DD2 Masters. They will close out the show here on day 1 of the weekend, and their race will start at 15:38 local time. And via our social media channels, at BNL Karting Series on Facebook, at Karting BNL on Twitter, and at BMC_BNL. We will update you with the relevant results once they have been officially ratified and confirmed post sporting and technical checks. I have seen a few front fairing penalties, 8 in the junior pre-final, it looks like, or maybe make that, that's 8 in the junior pre-final, make that 12 in the senior pre-final, and 4 in total between DD2 and DD2 Masters. So Mies Huben and Max Swiderski once again will control the pace. Swiderski took the initial lead of the race before he had a moment, and that caused the number 19 to drop back down to 2nd position. They now make their way through into turn number 11, the left-hander before the red line, just before the true pit lane entrance. So Huben, Swiderski, Van Rooyen, Menton, Maximov and Moonen once again go into battle for their second and final time today before they get a good night's respite and some welcome nourishment ahead of tomorrow's festivities. Through the final corner we come for the Micromax final on day number 1. Into the tram lines they go. Revs start to build, and the lights do go out. Mies Huben gets a cracker of a start and looks quickly over the left shoulder to see Mats van Rooyen up behind him, but then Max Swiderski retakes 2nd position. Boris Maximov gets past Jake Menton in the early phase of the start, as Max Swiderski powers round the outside of Mats van Rooyen, and the rear right wheel touches the outside curbs on the exit of turn number 4, and Swiderski could have nearly gotten caught out by that one as they filter their way down the Europlan straight here at Karting Genk for the first time on the run down to turn number 7. So at the minute, as Swiderski has a touch with Huben. Swiderski closed up really deep into the braking zone on turn 7, and there was a little touch there. Swiderski spins backwards and points in the wrong direction coming out of turn number 8. So Max Swiderski on the back foot once again, but this time it was on the very, very first lap. So Swiderski is right at the back end of the field as... now there's a touch from behind. Boris Maximov signalling to Jake Menton saying, "What on earth were you doing?" Menton had a little bit of a touch. Maximov out, and Maximov now to the outside of turn 12. Menton up the inside, and Swiderski powers past the pair of them. Nigh on, and the good thing is that at the moment, Jenthe Moonen is up into P3 as Swiderski gets past Maximov going into turn 2 on lap 2. And at the minute, Mies Huben has an advantage. It's not by much though. The number 8 from the Netherlands is leading countryman Mats van Rooyen, as now Jake Menton seizes an opportunity to possibly get past the number 30 of Boris Maximov as Swiderski up the inside of Jenthe Moonen. Up into turn 6, now the run down to turn 7 begins. And at the minute, Mies Huben is the fastest driver. We have only completed one lap, let's not forget here. But Mats van Rooyen looks to be thriving in these wet weather conditions, as the number 3 is keeping the GKS Lemons Power driver in the lead as Menton up the inside of Maximov. As Menton drifts wide coming out of turn 9, Maximov back up the inside. Menton gets a good run of momentum down into turn 10, up the inside of the number 30, but then Maximov gets the switch back, powers around the outside of towards turn 11 and gets back past Jake Menton. Had a bit of a moment. The back end tried to step out, going through the exit of turn 11 as Menton goes steamrolling up the inside of Maximov through into turn 12, loses out by running wide through the momentum carry, and that allows Maximov to get back past. So the driver that is the fastest one out on the circuit is the third place driver at the moment, Max Swiderski, with a 1 minute 22.140 on lap 2 of the race. Maximov now being hustled once again by Jake Menton. Menton looked towards the inside of turn 4, saw nothing was going to happen there, and there has been a 5-second time penalty for pushing, and that means that Jake Menton will not factor into this race unless there are miracles that happen up front, because that's now 5 seconds added to the number 31's lap time there, and that was as a result of the touch between him and also Boris Maximov going through turn 10 on the very first lap. So Jenthe Moonen, the sole Belgian in the field, still running in 4th place. Mies Huben still continues to lead as Jake Menton again goes up the inside of Boris Maximov, and it's a repeat of what we saw in the last lap as Maximov powers around the outside of Menton through turn number 11. Menton does not take so much outside curb this time, so keeps the foot planted to the floor. Huben leads after 3 laps, and the gap now extends to 0.726 seconds ahead of Mats van Rooyen. Swiderski in the meantime is the first driver to dip under the 1 minute 22 second barrier with a 1:21.843, and now is 3.787 seconds behind Van Rooyen, and in turn 4.5 seconds behind Mies Huben. And Mies Huben did set a personal best of a 1 minute 22.324. Out in front is the number 8 from the Netherlands, and it is a Dutch 1-2-3 with Huben leading Van Rooyen and Swiderski in 3rd. Moonen in 4th, Maximov and Menton round out the 6th strong, with Menton being handed the first in-race penalty by race control for a 5-second time pushing penalty. Seven minutes and 48 seconds to go on the clock, plus an additional lap. Mies Huben tries to put the power down out of turn 11, as does Mats van Rooyen. The rain again still continuing to hit the circuit. So Van Rooyen trying to close on Huben for the lead. The gap now slightly extends to 0.8 of a second, as Mies Huben again sets a personal best lap of the race, so 1 minute 22.005. Now Boris Maximov has dropped behind Jake Menton and did a 1 minute 24.802 second lap time. Jake Menton has just put in a personal best of a 1:23.530 and is a second ahead. So as the 2 leaders come through turn 7, the rest of the field are now making their way on the back straight. And once again, the rain really, really lashing down. It has not stopped. And it's getting worse. It is intensifying. The drivers now really have to keep themselves calm, composed, and not make any undue or unforced errors. If they're in the heat of battle, I can completely understand it, because every driver goes out there to win. So I'm going to want to see how much this has affected the lap times. The two leaders were running in the low 122s. Hooben crosses the line, 121.883. So because of the fact that Mies Hooben has got that little bit of a clear air advantage, that has helped. But Max Swiderski again puts in the fastest lap of the race, a 121.525 second lap time on the completion of lap 5 itself. And that was 357 ahead of Mies Hooben, who has also dipped under the 1 minute 22 second barrier with a 121.883. Leaders now coming through turn 7. Swiderski has a bit of time on his side. Now, considering the fact that the mistake from Swiderski happened earlier in the race, one of the good things about that happening at that early stage, especially in these inclemental conditions, you can find that sometimes it's never over until you get across the line and get the checkered flag. And we know that for a fact. I've seen multiple different races where one driver has spun out in the early stages and has come fighting back. One example of that today, Sean Butcher in Senior Rotax earlier on this weekend. Managed to come back from what was the bottom part of the top 20 all the way up to P4, having started on second on the grid. So the gap between Mies Hooben and Mats van Rooyen now extends to 1.257 seconds. But Max Swiderski has not given up. The youngster with some, who's got Polish heritage as well, now has closed up to within 2.1 seconds off of Mats van Rooyen. Menton now is up into 4th place, as Boris Maximov is now down in 6th behind Jent Immonen. And it's not been an easy race for the number 30 from the Netherlands, but Jake Menton, who has a 5-second time penalty for pushing, at the moment has 4 seconds advantage over Boris Maximov. So Jake Menton really effectively needs to find another, I would say, 2.3 seconds to make sure that he does not end up in last as we get into the last 3.5 minutes of this first final for the Micromax drivers. Gap now between Hooben and also Van Rooyen, now up to 1.9 seconds as we go into the last 3 minutes and 15 seconds of this race, plus one additional lap to conclude the Micromax action here at Karting Genk, the home of champions. Swiderski now has closed that gap to Van Rooyen, and he's put in an absolute flyer. Van Rooyen did a 1:22.464 last time around. Swiderski a 1 minute 21.435. And that is over a second quicker. Make that 1.0, I think 27 by my mathematics. That's what you get for trying to calculate on the fly. You have to think of something. And now I've just seen coming through turn 8, Swiderski is quite quickly closing on Van Rooyen in the latter stages. As there is Jake Menton, who looks to have had a little bit of a drama towards the dying stage of this race once again, as we saw in the first race a bit earlier on. So 2 minutes and 17 seconds on the clock. The battle now between Swiderski and Van Rooyen in 3rd and 2nd respectively. So the gap between the top two, now 2.3 seconds, but Swiderski has got the gap down to just over 0.3, and now Van Rooyen senses it. He's seen Swiderski close by a consummate rate of knots. That was 0.348 seconds behind And again, Swiderski was just absolutely on it. A 1 minute 21.636 on that last lap from the number 19 from the Netherlands. And now they're going to go down the back straightaway. This is now going to be the telling point as we go into the last 90 seconds, plus an additional lap, that Swiderski will get close enough on this lap. But the next lap, I probably might say, with the way that Swiderski is aggressively manhandling that number 19 chassis at the moment, that has really, really helped. And Swiderski now closes, coming out of turn number 9, down the short blast towards turn 10. Swiderski gets a lot of lock-on understeer through turn 10, but through into turn 11, the pair nearly touch. But Swiderski keeps waiting for his opportunity as through the splash puddle on the left-hand side in the approach through to turn 12 goes Mats van Rooyen. Through the final corner they come. Swiderski up the inside. That's perfectly timed across the line. Swiderski, look at that shot there. Great pickup by our camera crew here from Camp Company Game Behind. It's 24 thousandths between the pair. Swiderski runs wide into turn 2. Van Rooyen back up the inside. Swiderski again runs wide. But look at the momentum carry he's got. Up the inside. Cleanly done by Max Swiderski on Mats van Rooyen, as it looks like Jake Menton is now out of the running, and that's a real shame. Oh, look at how close Swiderski was to the outskirts on the AstroTurf, and that's not exactly 100% AstroTurfed. You can see there are tufts of grass and also a little bit of concrete blocks underneath, concrete formation underneath. So Swiderski very, very close to losing the back end of that one, if I very much might need to say there. But now Swiderski really, really trying to keep Mats van Rooyen at bay. Van Rooyen got the upper hand going through turn 10, but Swiderski came out of the corner and literally nailed the throttle. The kart picked up traction and he went flying forwards and kept ahead. So the timer has expired for Micromax in their second race of the day. And Mies Huben in the number 8, representing the Netherlands, gets the last lap board. So once again, Mies Huben has been the driver to beat this weekend so far. Max Swiderski not having the opportunity that he did get, let's not forget, back at karting Genk 2 months ago for the opening round of the season. 2.291 seconds was the differential between first and second over the line for the penultimate, for the final lap of this race. Down the back straightaway they come for the final time. Do the top three is Jente Moonen in fourth and Boris Maximov in fifth, now making their way through turns 3, 4 and 5. The checkered flag now being prepared to wave for the final time for Micromax on day 1 of the penultimate round of the season. And Huben calmly makes his way through as Van Rooyen and Swiderski nearly touch on the exit of turn number 2. Turn number 9 for second place, but Mies Huben has literally kept out of trouble and has led from lights out. And this time, one of GKS Lemon's Power very own will cross the line, and the intermediate classification, provisionally speaking, will see it is a double victory on Saturday for Mies Huben, punching the air with both hands off the wheel. The number 8 has done a fantastic job and wins the race from Max Swiderski by 1.762 seconds. Mats van Rooyen takes third place in the number 3, a further 1.126 seconds behind Max Swiderski. And Jente Moonen on a second race here takes fourth, a further 21 seconds behind Van Rooyen, with Boris Maximov rounding out the 5 that finished. And unfortunately for Jake Menton, it was a retirement on lap number 7. So we thank Micromax first of all for their welcome efforts out on the circuit as we now turn our attention to the final on day number 1 for Minimax. So Thomas Strauven, who picked up the victory by just 0.860 seconds at the end of the first race in the pre-final earlier on today, will start once again from pole position. Alongside will be the number 196 of Belgium's Matej Radenkovic. Renaud Franco will line up on the inside of row number 2 and will have Germany's Tam Saleh in the 150 alongside. The inside of row 3 will be occupied by Austria's Nando Weichselbaumer in the 146 and will have Belgium's Jasper Leenaerts in the 177 for company. Thiemen Huben will start from 7th in the number 105 alongside the 129 of Mick Vandenberg, so it's an all-Dutch row 4. Vic Stevens in the 169 will start from 9th place ahead of Lawrence Herboz. As the drivers go on their formation lap, so Herboz completes the top 10. Mollowitz, as a result of a 5-second time penalty for a front fairing infraction post-race, will start from 11th on the grid. So another 13 minutes on the clock plus an additional lap. So after this we will have junior road tax, senior road tax, and then to conclude the action here on day 1 here at the BNL karting series for the second of 3 rounds in 2020, DD2 and DD2 Masters will be going into battle once again. The red lights are ignited on the starting gantry just over by the timer on the start-finish line. So it will be down to Strauven and Radenkovic to control the pace. Some drivers will start weaving from left to right, trying to see if they can mitigate and get some heat into the tyres, which will help with regards to the brakes. But in the cold weather conditions, now there was a little bit of a bump from behind on from Renaud Franco and Matej Radenkovic. Now they've got to watch it, because otherwise if it's a front fairing infraction, it's an automatic 5-second penalty post-race. So Strauven will lead the field across the start-finish line, accompanied by Radenkovic, Franco, Saleh, Weichselbaumer, Leenaerts, Huben, Vandenberg, Stevens, Herboz, Loet. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise on the Rotax Racing engines, and we're off and away. Great start there once again by Strauven, and has got Franco for company. And round towards the outside, it's nearly 3 abreast. There's quite a few drivers, including I think Jasper Leenaerts, trying to get in on the action. And Leenaerts now up into 5th position as round towards the outside of the 105 of Thiemen Huben. I think that was Vic Stevens trying to get past. But at the minute, Thomas Strauven leads ahead of Renaud Franco, Matej Radenkovic, Nando Weichselbaumer. Look at the amount of curb that Jasper Leenaerts took on the inside of turn 6. Really fancying the opportunity to try and get a bit further up the order. And the Belgian now up into 5th place at the minute, as they all scramble for traction coming through turn 7 and into turn 8 for the first time. Strauven has a lead, but it's not as much as what we saw in the first race, as Mick Vandenberg trying to battle away for position, and it looks like to be with the likes of Vic Stevens and Lawrence Herboz at the moment. As now up the inside through turn 10, as look at how much these young chargers want to have an opportunity of getting up the field. Well, Franco got up the inside of Radenkovic, going through into turn number 10, as we are about to complete the first lap of the race. As now the switchback comes for Radenkovic, nearly pushing Franco a little bit wide. Oh, they touch sidewalls coming across the line. 11 thousandths between the pair, but Radenkovic keeps ahead for the minute. Franco back up the inside, Radenkovic towards the outside. Can you believe that one? Oh my goodness, when he does the switchback up the inside of Franco through turn 3, makes the move stick on the exit of turn 4, but then Franco counter-attacks through turn 5, gets the position back. Radenkovic looks towards the outside of turn 6, trying to cut back through, trying to get the momentum. He's right on the back bumper of Renaud Franco as they go down the straightaway, and Radenkovic didn't have that chance. He was right in the toe of Franco but Franco just stuck to his guns and kept in front as they both take the same line going through. But then Radenkovic up the inside once again through the exit of turn 8. Franco towards the entrance of turn 9. Who's going to get the inside run on this particular occasion? Well, Franco kept it pinned to the outside, used the full throttle capabilities of the 111 chassis on the X-Prix chassis ahead of the number 196 of Matej Radenkovic. Oh, the well and true chess games are completely on right about now between the likes of Rino Franco and Matej Radenkovic in the battle for second position. Strauven, after the first lap, had nearly 1.1 second advantage. He's now got a bigger one. It's 1.8 seconds. He's effectively done a Sebastian Vettel back in when Vettel was running with Red Bull Racing before he switched to Ferrari in the mid-2010s. But Radenkovic looks very, very racy indeed. Hot on the heels of Rino Franco to try and get back past for second position as they now head through into turn 6. Both of them take a wider line going through, as does Tam Saleh. Jasper Leenerts rounds out the top 5 ahead of Thiemann Huben. Lawrence Herboz. Nando Weichselbaumer has dropped all the way down to 8th position. Mick Vandenberg in 9th. Boluet and Vic Stevens complete the 11 strong grid that are still running. But Thomas Strauven once again, he had one of the things that we saw in the pre-final a bit earlier on was that Radenkovic was able to close and got the fastest lap. It was a 1:18.305 in that last race at a speed of around, well, it says 62.525 kilometres an hour going across the start-finish line. And at the moment, the fastest lap is Thomas Strauven's, and Strauven is about 4/10 off. Now the lead, does it extend again? Yes, it does, up to 2.1 seconds, and Strauven puts in a 1 minute 18.748. Franco and Radenkovic, they are compromising each other by battling away. Radenkovic bumps over the curbs through turn 3, as does Franco. And you can just see the slightly different lines between the pair going through the respective corners. And will Radenkovic have enough of a slipstream advantage over Rino Franco going down the back straight? Not this time on lap number 4 of the race, but Radenkovic closes up. Oh, Franco nearly goes wide through the entrance of turn 7, and then through turn 8, Radenkovic could get the run he needs, and up the inside goes the 196 from Belgium, and retakes second most of the way through lap number 4 of this race. Great job there by Matej Radenkovic to read the situation and instinctively react, and that's what a good racing driver does. Again goes, look how wide Radenkovic ran going through turn 10 as oh my goodness me, the pair nearly clattered into each other there. Radenkovic powered around the outside of Franco going through out of turn 10 and into turn 11, but then Franco just absolutely buried the nose up into the apex of turn 11 to make sure that Radenkovic did not get past. But Radenkovic unfazed, and through into turn 2 they go. Franco still ahead of Radenkovic, but a bit more of a run through the curbs. Oh, they are clashing sidewalls again, these two! But Radenkovic gets through on the inside of turn number 5, but then round the outside of him, on the approach into turn 6, goes Franco. This is absolute wheel-to-wheel stuff here between these two. And what this is allowing, for those wondering about how far up the road Thomas Strauven is at the moment after 4 laps in the books, it's 3.559 seconds. And that gap, with these two behind battling away, what it's also allowing is Tam Saleh to close. I'm keeping an eye on some of the other drivers. Tam Saleh has just put in a personal best lap of the race, so 1 minute 19.753, allowing him to catch a little bit on the back bumper of Radenkovic. And the gap between them last time around was about 9/10 of a second. So Strauven coming through turn 12 to complete lap number 5 of the race. As a little bit further behind, I've just seen Lawrence Herboz and Nando Weichselbaumer. They're absolutely battling tooth and nail for what is 6th and 7th position as they will come across the line as Weichselbaumer slingshots up the inside of the 106 before they've even hit the apex of the right-hand kink at turn 1. But Radenkovic and Renault Franco still battling away, third and second respectively. Radenkovic looking to get the upper hand once again, but not as brazenly as the 196 from Buvin Power did on the last lap, where we literally saw them touching sidewalls. So no quarter given between the pair as they run down towards turn 6 on all 4 Mojo wet weather tyres. As now, once again, a little bit of a different line from Renault Franco. This is allowing Radenkovic to have that wide open door presented front and centre once again. Through turn 9 they come. Radenkovic nearly gets a bit of a tail slide there through the exit of the corner as the 196 puts the power down. So Strauven continues to lead. The gap will, I think, probably by what's been happening between Franco and Radenkovic, the gap will be over 4 seconds on this particular lap as we're about to hit 5 minutes to go on the clock. So lap number 6 completed. Strauven still leads. Franco now 3.7 seconds behind and puts in a personal best, as does Radenkovic. So whether they have now there's one or two things that you can read into this situation. Are they still going to battle away for second and third position? Because effectively, if the way that Radenkovic is driving at the moment, if that is a sign of the pace to come for the 196, because we did see last time, as they now come out of turn 6 onto the straightaway, going past on the Europalan, down into turn 7. Now we'll see the different lines once again from these two. Again, Franco runs wide. Radenkovic able to go up the inside and claws the gap back. Oh, nearly another clash between the two, but then Radenkovic. Oh no, now there's a problem. What's just happened? Renault Franco absolutely despondent. The 111 retires on the spot, out of second position. Radenkovic now takes second place, and you can just see the sheer frustration for Renault Franco. Really feel sorry for the driver. And now slams the visor shut and probably doesn't really want to talk to anybody until Renault calms down a little bit. But a real shame, battling away. That must have just been an on-the-spot technical issue. So Franco is now effectively out on lap number 7 of the race. Thomas Strauven now has nearly a 4.3 second advantage over the new second place driver, who actually had taken the place before. Literally, I'm wondering whether that was an engine cutout. I'm not 100% sure for the problem there for Renault Franco, but that puts us down to 10 drivers. Tam Saleh from Germany rounds out the top 3, a further 3.5 seconds behind Matej Radenkovic. Jasper Leinert now up into 4th place. Lawrence Herbols in the number 106 up to 5th, and has got Nando Weichselbaumer from Austria not too far behind. So that's the real battle we need to keep our eyes on here, because Weichselbaumer dropped down to 8th in the initial phases, and so those two are now coming down towards turn number 10. So there is Herbols and Weichselbaumer as they now come through into turn number 11. Weichselbaumer looks to be a bit more planted coming out of the corner. So Strauven now has a 4.4 second lead. And you can see the battle in the back there as Weichselbaumer looking to go towards the inside of Herbols as Herbols shuts the door through turn 1. Now that was very brave indeed. So in many respects, Weichselbaumer trying to do the level best to get past for what will be 5th position at the end of this race. So just under 2 minutes on the clock remaining, plus 1 additional lap. Running order at the moment with the unfortunate retirement of lap 6 of Renault Franco in the 111. Strauven leads by 4.4 seconds, ahead of Matej Radenkovic. Tam Saleh in 3rd. Jasper Leinert having a lonely but comfortable race at the moment in 4th place, ahead of Lawrence Herbols, who now has Nando Weichselbaumer breathing down the neck, and up the inside goes Weichselbaumer through turn 9, but then Herbols gets the power down. The two are side by side. Weichselbaumer takes the wider line, looks to get the momentum carry through out of turn 10 into 11. Doesn't work that particular time for the young Austrian. but gets a good run coming through into turn number 12. So Strauben crossed the line with just over a minute remaining. So we are now on to the penultimate lap of the race, lap 10 out of 11. As once again we turn our attentions to Herbold and Weichselbaumer in the battle for what is 5th on the road. And the pair last time, when they crossed the line itself, 0.244 seconds between the pair. The Austrian looks to have lost down a little bit of ground there, as they now head their way in towards turn 6, which then brings them onto the back straightaway. So the 10 drivers all covered by 31.690 seconds, rounded out by the 169 of Vic Stevens. So Strauben comes through turn number 10, the right-hander, for what will be the penultimate time, and the timer will expire as the 199 from Belgium with Dams Racing Team goes towards the final corner. Last lap board for the day for Minimax here at Karting Genk. Thomas Strauben has one more lap to go, takes a casual glance over the right shoulder to see where Radenkovic is, and Radenkovic has crossed the line, and the gap now just over 4 seconds, and Radenkovic puts in the second fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 18.841. That is effectively just under 70 thousandths of a second separating the pair. I think that is effectively 60 thousandths between the pair. Tam Saleh still in 3rd place for Germany. Jasper Leinert will look to have, he'll be really, really happy about that one. Now being up into 4th place ahead of Lawrence Herbold, who is still battling away with Nando Weichselbaumer. And I think Weichselbaumer now, has Weichselbaumer got past is the big question here. As now Strauben comes through into the left-hander at turn 9 for the final time. The short blast down towards the right-hand sweeper at turn 10. A great overtaking opportunity spot here at the circuit, amongst other places. So Strauben, once again, dominated in qualifying on day 1. Took the victory by nearly 9 tenths of a second. It's going to be a lot more than that this time around, because Thomas Strauben, proficiat, well done. 2 wins on the bounce on day 1 here at Karting Genk. Fist pumping the air. Muted celebration, but inside I bet you that smile is as big from ear to ear there for the young Belgian. Matej Radenkovic takes 2nd. Tam Saleh takes 3rd place. Jasper Leinert, literally thumbs up from the 177, taking 4th place ahead of Lawrence Herbold, with Nando Weichselbaumer taking 6th place. 50,000, literally not much between the pair. Thiemen Huben takes 7th ahead of Boluet. Mick Vandenberg with Vic Stevens being the 10th and the final classified driver to complete all 11 laps, with Rino Franco unfortunately retiring on lap number 6.
zeker. Goed. Ja, dat is wel leuk met een BNL. Aan de ene dag een beetje tegen zit op, weet ik veel wat. De volgende dag heb je weer uit. Aan die achtste wedstrijd van de eerste wedstrijden rijden we wel in januari of zo. Ja, dan triest. Ja, ja, die rijden ook wel.
Now we go back to Junior Rotax here at the BNL Karting Series for their first final. Quite a few penalties issued. 2 5-second time penalties for pushing. Also, we had a 5-second time penalty for the 206 of Nick Gerhards for causing a collision. Tim Gerhards has actually been given a time penalty of 10 seconds, according to the official stewards. It was an unsuccessful readjustment of the front fairing, so they have given Gerhards a 10-second time penalty post-race. But the grid is as follows. Kai Gielitz, who was declared the winner of the race, now starts on pole position ahead of Thomas Martins. So it is an all-Belgian front row on home soil. Lucas Schoenmakers and Joop Breedveld ran out the top 2 rows. Christian de Klein and Sam Bergstein ran out the top 3 rows in the 299 and the 219 respectively. Max Knappen and Jens van der Eyden complete row number 4 with Tim Gerhards and Colin van Lammeren rounding out the top 10. From 11th to 18th, the starting order as they go onto the formation lap is as follows. Joris Schoens in the 226, the 267 of Tern Schmidt, the 206 of Nick Gerhards, the number 275 of Luc Niesen starting 14th with Rune de Broeke rounding up the top 15 possessions in the 297. Gilles Clouet will start in 16th in the 221, ahead of the treble 2 of Olivier Jonkers with the number 242 of Mathis Thurlow rounding out the 18 strong grid. 13 minutes set on the timer once again, plus an additional lap here at Karting Genk. And at the moment the rainfall has now started to sort of not fade away, but it is still there in dribs and drabs. There is slight rainfall hitting the circuit, unlike the deluge that we've had throughout the mid part of the racing action here so far at the BNL Karting Series. And I hope you all at home are enjoying the show and watching with us. So after this we will have another 2 races, Senior Rotax and then DD2 and DD2 Masters to close out the show. So top 10 as we head towards the final phase of the formation lap. It is Kai Gielitz from Martins, Schoenmakers, Breedveld, de Klein, Bergstein, Knappen, Van der Eyden, Tim Gerhards and Van Lammeren. That is the top 10. 18 Junior Rotax drivers set to get underway very, very shortly into battle for one final time on Saturday afternoon. Let's see. The Rotax Max engines roar into life. Do we get a clean start? Lights out. We're off and away. And there's a little bit of an assist from one of the drivers behind. I think it was Schoenmakers bumping his teammate from behind. But we've had a turnaround. 2 karts together. And I'm wondering who was one of those drivers that got compromised. I think that might have been Thomas Martins. And that is the case. There's another driver. That might have been Max Klappen that might have dropped back as well. So Gielitz has absolutely shot off like a cat trying to cat on a hot tin roof trying to get away, and has got a massive gap between himself and Schoenmakers. So Gielitz declared the victor. So obviously every single result that you hear that I call this afternoon and also tomorrow are all provisional, as there are some dramas up and down the field. It looks like Tim Gerhards is battling away with Christian de Klein for position. So Christian de Klein not having as such a great race this time around, but drivers such as Sam Bergstein are battling away with the likes of us. That's a great move up the inside through turn 11 by Tim Gerhards, who's now behind the 2:54 of Jens van der Eyden. We go and complete lap number 1. Kai Gielitz from Belgium leads the way. Ahead of Lucas Schoenmakers from the Netherlands in the 2:10. Then it's Jens van der Eyden in the 2:54. Tim Gerhards up into 4th. Joip Breedveld now up into 5th ahead of Christian de Klein. Nick Gerhards now up into 7th position ahead of Sam Bergstein, with Colin van Lammeren. Tern Schmidt now up into 10th place ahead of Bruno de Bruyker from Belgium. Jori Schoens, Gilles Clouet, Luc Nielsen, Thomas Martins now down in 15th, along with Max Klappen, Olivier Jonkers and Mathis Turlot, all still running on the circuit at the moment. So Gielitz last time around after the completion of lap number 1 had nearly a 1.3 second advantage. But Lucas Schoenmakers might be his teammate. However, when they go racing, when the visors go down, the friendship ends on the circuit. It's all for themselves. As now Van der Eyden getting pressurised by Tim Gerhards, as Gerhards manages to get past, coming out of turn 11, shuts the door for turn 12. Does he? Yes, he does. Good spatial awareness there by Tim Gerhards, but then Jens van der Eyden is going to be compromised as Joip Breedveld closes up, going through across the start-finish line after the completion of lap 2. Van der Eyden looking towards the inside of turn 2 on Gerhards, but Gerhards manages to power out of the corner nice and neatly. There's a bit of a compromisation there for Van der Eyden going through onto the curbs through turn 3, and that nearly put the 254 into the firing line of both the likes of Joip Breedveld and also Christian de Klein, who now have Nick Gerhards and Sam Bergstein closing up on them. So the gap between Kai Gielitz and Lucas Schoenmakers last time around was 1.633 seconds. So over 3 minutes completed as, it's getting a bit feisty between Van der Eyden, Tim Gerhards, and also, look, you've got the likes of, that's Nick Gerhards, my apologies there, because Tim runs with a red style helmet design. Nick runs with the bright yellow. And Tim is making his way down into turn 12, which Nick is doing now, and he's just got ahead of the number 219 of Sam Bergstein, as Gielitz still leads. The gap between him and Schoenmakers 1.67 seconds. Gielitz has the fastest lap in the pocket at the moment, a 1 minute 15.169 on lap number 2. We're now on to lap number 4 of this race, as Thomas Martins and Max Klappen together are making their resurgence through the field, as Bergstein trying to pressurise Nick Gerhards for 7th place going through into turns 4 and 5. They've got Breedveld up ahead as, now that was an absolute textbook slingshot there coming out of the outside line off of turn 6 by Jens van der Eyden as, that's a bump from behind on the back of Christian de Klein, courtesy of Joip Breedveld. So Breedveld might have a front fairing penalty coming his way, because that was a hefty whack, as Van der Eyden is nearly going rally crossing off of the outside. There's no joker laps here in karting, Jens, I'm afraid, through the outside of turn 9, and that allows de Klein, Breedveld and Nick Gerhards to get past, and then de Klein runs a little bit wide coming out of turn 11. That compromises Breedveld, who's got Nick Gerhards right on the back bumper going through turn 12. Van der Eyden joining the party. Then you've also got the likes of Sam Bergstein, Colin van Lammeren, all trying to get in on the action. And Bergstein trying to repass Van Lammeren going into turns 1 and 2. Goes up the inside. Oh, a spin from Nick Gerhards. Oh, he was trying to go up the inside of Breedveld, going through into turns 1 and 2. And the 206 now takes the Joker lap shortcut, I must say, from turns 2 to 6. But Nick Gerhards, being a sporting driver, will wait until everyone that he's accidentally got the one up on to get past. And now he decides to put the accelerator down. I don't know what what race controller are going to decide about that, because that was effectively a shortcut. And he clashes wheels with Jens van der Eyden there, as they're all squabbling for position. They're nearly tripping all over each other's Mojo tyres, as Bergstein now ahead of Jens van der Eyden as they steamroll their way through into turn 9. Colin van Lammeren is well and truly in this battle, and he's right behind the 254 of van der Eyden. Then it's Nick Gerhards. Then you've got René de Bruyke and Max Knappen as Nick Gerhards tries to go up the inside of the 267 of Turn Schmidt. My apologies there, Turn Schmidt. So there's quite a few drivers just like literally trying to steamroll their way in like a bat out of hell and try and go up the inside. And that's what happens in this kind of close quarter racing. It's about the skill of the driver to mitigate the conditions and try and use their instinctiveness as... Oh! Now that was a 360 from Nick Gerhards. So Gerhards again on the same point of the circuit. Now we're not too sure if there was a bit of contact or whether Nick Gerhards got a bit overzealous on the power, or the curbs just spat the 206 round in a 360 pirouette, pointing Nick Gerhards the right way. So Nick Gerhards' race this afternoon is going from bad to worse, unfortunately. But at the moment, Kai Gielerts has a lead of over 2 seconds as Turn Schmidt and Jens van der Eyden are battling away tooth and nail over 7th position. And Thomas Martins on lap 3, I think, has already called it a day for Saturday. That's a real shame for the 255, who started from second on the grid alongside Kai Gielerts. And Christian de Klein did get a front fairing penalty, which dropped him post-race down from what was second down to 5th at the end of the eventual conclusion of the pre-final. Is now Bergstein trying to go up the inside of Breedveld and gets the move done before they even hit the apex of turn 1. Nicely done by the 219, but Breedveld tries to go back on the counter-offensive. De Klein takes a one line through turn 3, and that could have allowed the opportunity for Bergstein to get up the inside of the CRG Holland driver, but De Klein definitely did not want that to happen. Keeps ahead for the minute. So 4 minutes and 48 seconds plus an additional lap still to go. Nick Gerhards has dropped all the way down to 12th place. Luke Nielsen rounds out the top 10 at the minute, ahead of Max Knappen in the 248, who has been exercising a bit of damage limitation. So Knappen finished in 7th as a result of all the changes through the front fairing penalties that were handed out. And there were 7 of them that were handed out post-race. So now Lucas Schoenmakers looks to be upping the pace to try and catch up to the race leader at the moment, Kai Gielerts, who's had one win today. Still 4 minutes of this race still to go as De Klein and Bergstein trying to swap places. More times than I've had hot dinners. As now, Bergstein steamrolls up the inside of the 299 through turn 4. Nicely done by Sam Bergstein from the Netherlands. Great job there to get up the inside of Christian de Klein to now take what is effectively 4th position on the road. Joop Breedveld, Turn Schmidt, Jens van der Eyden, Colin van Lammeren and Luc Nielsen ran out the top 10. Nick Gerhards in the meantime has got past Max Knappen for 11th place. That is, it is now an official confirmed retirement, but Thomas Martins will now have a bit of reflection to do, and also checking some data and speaking with his mechanic ahead of what to do tomorrow, because Saturday is one day, tomorrow is something completely different. 180 seconds or just under still to go in this Junior Rotax final on day 1 of the second round of the season. Rielitz now has extended a lead, and he's just done a 1 minute 15.180. With the fact that the rain has started to subside quite significantly over the past half an hour or so, it's still going to keep the track saturated. We've just had 2 penalties issued for 2 wheels outside of the tram lines for the treble 2 of Olivier Jonkers and the 2.26 of Juri Schoens. So those drivers will be having 3-second time penalties respectively added to their race time. And that will drop Olivier Jonkers, if things were to finish as they were now, down to 16th position. Juri Schoens, that would also drop, that would drop Juri Schoens actually just in front of Olivier Jonkers. So that would promote a few drivers such as, that would promote Gilles Chloé and Mathis Turlot, I think, a little bit further up the order. As Tern Schmidt battling away with Briefeld, and that is over 6th position. Briefeld up the inside of the 267 through the final corner, but does not get past Tern Schmidt. Rielitz in the meantime sets a new personal best lap time of 1 minute 15.067, but Sam Bergstein in 4th place has now put in the fastest lap of anybody on lap number 9, a 1 minute 14.815 second lap time here at the 1,360 metre circuit at Karting Genk, with just over 1 minute and 10 still to go on the clock. So Rielitz at the moment comfortably leading ahead of Schoenmakers. Tim Gerhards rounds out the top 3 and is 3.461 seconds behind the number 210 from JJ Racing. As Rielitz now comes through turn 10. Next up it will be, so once Kai Rielitz crosses the line, it will be onto the penultimate lap of the race for Junior Rotax for the day here in Belgium. And it's been an enthralling one, it's been an interesting one, this race. A lot of talking points, a lot of discussions behind the scene, I'm sure. But 23 seconds remain on the clock. Kai Rielitz now goes on to the penultimate lap of the race. And just a little bit of a discussion between... now it looks like they've just had a quick look at Tern Schmidt's kart, I believe, which includes our clerk of the course and also part of the marshalling team. So we now are on 0 on the timer as Kai Rielitz now makes his way through turn 7. Great battle here between the likes of Christian de Klein, Tern Schmidt and also Joip Briefeld, all representing the Netherlands. They head their way down and exit out of turn number 7 for what will be the penultimate time for this race. So Thomas Martin's kart actually, unfortunately, is off the exit of turn number 2. So there will be a recovery. Last lap board being shown now to Kai Rielitz from Belgium on home soil. Really has come good this season. And I've been really interested to see how the young man has developed over the past season and a half. And leading the Euro Trophy standings at the moment, going to Adria in 3 weeks' time. Rielitz has got some good momentum behind him, and that has carried through into this round of the season here at the BNL Karting Series. So down the back straight away, down the Europalan goes Kai Rielitz for the final time here in the Junior Rotax final. And now Lucas Schoenmakers also negotiates the corner, followed by Tim Gerhards in 3rd place. Sam Bergstein having recovered. Started 6th now, will probably end up in 4th place. Obviously they've got the scrutineering checks to do post-race, weights, front fairings and all that kind of malarkey down in the scrutineering bay to sort out. But the checkered flag will wave for the final time. The second race, the final in day 1, will be concluded, and your victor is on home soil. 2 for 2 as he power drifts out of the corner. Kai Rielitz puts the finger in the air. 2 for 2 for the youngster in the 274, and it is a JJ Racing 1-2 as Lucas Schoenmakers takes second. 0.2412 seconds behind Rielertz. Tim Gerhards takes third, ahead of Sam Bergstein. Christian de Klein takes fifth place, ahead of Turnschmidt. Joip Breedveld, Jens van der Eyden, Colin van Lammeren, and Max Knappen round out the top 10 positions. Tim Gerhards takes 11th, ahead of Luc Nielsen. Then we've got Rune de Bruyke, Olivier Jonkers, Joris Schoens, Gilles Chloé and Mathis Turlo. Obviously there are the 2 3-second time penalties for the two drivers, so Olivier Jonkers will drop to probably 16th and followed closely by Joris Schoens. So Kai Rielertz ends the junior Rotax competition on top of the pile. We now come to our penultimate race. We now come to our penultimate race of day one of the second round of the 2020 BNL Karting Series season. This time, once again, we head to our biggest contingent, Senior Rotax, back in action once again. So, having won the first final by a country mile, Arthur Horsch from France, who won ahead of Milan Koppens by 6.745 seconds. Those two start on the front row. Andres Herbert, who made it two French drivers in the top three, was closely followed by Sean Butcher. Jeff Machiels and Calvin de Groot round out the top six, ahead of Jordi van der Eyck and Mike van Vught. Luca Leistra and Jules Castro round out the top 10, ahead of Laura Zanen, Drake Jansen, Ehad Turker, Sam Van Thiel, Victor Plateau, Bert Dorsten, Scott Westhovens, Planger Jens or Jens Planger, whichever one it is, I'm not too sure. Max Stevedink, Baz Janssen, Kobe de Bruyke, Maurice Schuring, Emily de Hoys, Leonie Claude, Clementine Benoit, Vincent van Kerkhoffen, Bart de Wit, Luna Blum and Flint Schuring. 12 front fairing penalties were issued post pre-final one. along with the 3:07 of Max Stemmerink getting a 5-second time penalty for pushing in the race. So 13 minutes on the clock, plus an additional lap set on the timer. Drivers now going on the formation lap. It has slightly changed, hasn't it, out there? The weather, the rain has sort of subsided to a very, very low ebb. But however, there is still a lot of saturation on the circuit. There is a little bit of a dry line starting to emerge, but quite insignificant when it comes to this. The drivers on the sighting lap on the formation lap before they get put into their relevant grid positions will have that measure. They'll have seen what might have been going on in previous races. And that is the telling point of how a driver looks at the situation, reads into it, and decides how are they going to have an attack plan. What's their strategy? Are they going to take a wide line through certain turns? Where's the best overtaking opportunities? These are all instinctive reactions that will come to the drivers as they make their way through the 13-minute race and then have an additional lap still to go. Top 10 is Roche, Coppens, Herbert, Butcher, Machiels, De Groot, Van der Eyck, Van Vugt, Leistra and Castro. That is your top 10. 29 senior road tax drivers chomping at the bit to go into battle for one final time. Red lights on the gantry. Roche and Coppens will control the pace as they come through the final corner. Race director keeping a clean, close eye on what happens. They split. Into the tram lines we go. The road tax roar comes back. We are lights out, off and racing. Another great start once again from Arthur Roche. As now Milan Coppens looking to go up the inside. As Roche off. But Herbert has got the lead. Butcher up into second place. Third place, it's the 344 of Milan Coppens as everyone's nearly going two abreast. It is an absolute sea of senior road tax colour going up into turns 5 and 6 for the first time. Drivers taking tighter lines, some going sideways, trying to apply the power out of turn 6, and it's nearly 3 abreast at the back of the field. Butcher up the inside, steamrolls past the number 321 of Andreas Herbert, and we've had a turnaround. That is the 326 has gone around and that's part of it, unfortunately. As now Sean Butcher hits the front. I spoke with him earlier on this weekend. He said, Alex, I've been praying for a rain dance. Well, crikey, Sean, you got one, mate. And he's forced his way to the front of the field. Now it's about controlling the pace. So Herbert will want to make sure that he gets an opportunity to move up the order. Arthur Roche, in the meantime, is just going to keep an eye on what happens as they come across the start-finish line. Arthur Roche has managed to get back on the grid in 10th place behind Jules Castrol. Leonie Claude has dropped all the way down to the bottom of the order along with Bart de Wit. And Leonie Claude now crosses the line 19.3 seconds off of Sean Butcher as it is literally elbows out in the final. So Luca Leistra trying to look to get past Andreas Herbert, and the Bouvin Power driver gets past before they even hit the inside of turn number 7. But Herbert quick to counter-attack. Just behind them is Jeff Machiels. Leistra powers in front of Herbert. So keeps third position. Machiels very much in the ringside seat for this one. And they are closing on Milan Coppens, who takes a quick glance over the right-hand shoulder. 2 by 2 in some cases towards the back part of the field. Just outside of the top 20 as they go into turn number 10. So we come round to complete lap number 2, and it is KR Sports Sean Butcher that is leading the way. Milan Coppens, Luca Leistra, Andres Herbert, Jeff Machiels round out the top 5. Oh, it's a 3-way dogfight going into turns 1 and 2. Who's going to come out better than anybody else on that particular occasion? It is not. It might be Mike Van Vugt if he's lucky. But just up ahead, I'm just waiting for them to come through. Oh, a little bit of contact between them. And that might have been the 312 of Calvin de Groot as it's 3 wide going on the inside in towards turn 5. These senior road tax drivers know no boundaries at times, especially in wet weather conditions, because everyone's scrambling for traction. Arthur Roche Now trying to move up the order, as up the inside for second on Andreas Hebauer goes Luca Lystra. Has the Belgian got the place? For the moment he has, and it's not. He's got past Milan Koppens. Koppens drops to third, as it's 3 wide coming out of, and that was Jordi van der Eyck up the inside with the likes of the 3:12 of Calvin de Groot, and then the 3:37 of Arthur Horsch from France, who is now definitely bringing along the Marseillaise to the party. I can't even get my words out right. Sorry about that. But in the meantime, Sean Butcher has got a lead of about 1.6 seconds because the quartet battling over second position, which comprises of Lystra, Koppens, Hebert and Machiels. Those three are covered by just under a second. That's absolutely crazy. It's just, it's literally, it's 1/1000th over a second between second to fifth place. Jordi van der Eyck drops down into ninth place behind, ahead of Jules Castro, with Calvin de Groot trying to battle away. Arthur Horsch in seventh behind Mike van Vugt. So Van Vugt, having made the transition from junior Rotax to senior Rotax this year, he was due to do a rallycross campaign, but obviously with the current pandemic situation, that all changed. Van Vugt, a multi-time champion, now there's been a bit of an off-track excursion there for Flint Schuring off of turn 7, the brother of Morris Schuring, and I'm wondering how he's doing at the moment. Up into 19th is the 3:14 ahead of Drake Jansen in the 3:42. Janssen finished 12th in the previous race, and there are time penalties being issued, and it is for the 3:31, and that is of Buzz Janssen, and the 3:77 of Clémentine Benoit. So those two drivers, I'm wondering whether that is for a rolling start infringement. We'll find out very, very soon, as we're fast approaching the halfway point of this race. As Andreas Hebauer trying to go side by side with Milan Koppens coming out of turn number 6. But Koppens gets the run, powers away from the 3:21 from Dam's Racing Team. Jeff Machiels, I've really been impressed by the 3:52 as he's trying to look up the inside of Andreas Hebauer going into turn 8. So Machiels, who finished 5th in the previous race, holding station. So that's not necessarily a bad thing over the course of a wet race day here at Karting Genk. So other drivers that have made up positions, Doristin in the 3:10 has got past Victor Plateau for 12th. Laurzanen has got past Scott Westhovens for 14th. Drake Jansen now up into 16th, as is Sem van Tiel, who has now got past Vincent van Kouwhoffen ahead of Morris Schuring, as the move has happened, not quite happened yet. Jeff Machiels trying to get on battling terms with Andreas Hebauer. They both bumped their way over the curbs through turn 3, into 4, now into 5. As there is so much going on around this circuit, it's difficult to pick out a lot of battles, and there's quite a few karts. I count at least 10 to 12 of them towards the bottom part of maybe what would be the top 20. So there's they seem to be in packs, don't they, when it comes to battle? You know, you've got what was a 4-way scrap for second, but Luca Lystra has got away from Milan Koppens to the tune of around 9/10 of a second. So Koppens, Hebauer, Machiels, the biggest battle up front. They're ahead of Arthur Horsch. Sean Butcher, you know when they say that you haven't said much about the leader, he's doing a pretty good job. Sean Butcher, last time around, was nearly 2.9 seconds ahead of Lystra. As now we're going to go on to lap number 7 of the race. Sean Butcher in the number 3:57 from KR Sport, keeping ahead. Looks like we've got another time penalty being issued. I'm trying to make out the number at the moment. I think that might be Mike van Vugt in the 3:76. Yeah, that is the case. So Van Vugt, the third driver to be penalised. So whether that's for pushing, whether that's for start line infringement, as soon as I get that on the timing screen, I will update you all at home as soon as I know. Morris Schuring now up into 17th, past Sem van Tiel. Vincent van Kouwhoffen 19th ahead of Baz Jansen. Emily de Hoy's in 21st. Plangy Jens and Luna Blom ran out the top 23 positions, with Max Stemerdink and Bart de Wit running out the top 25 places. All 29 drivers, rounded out by Francis Leone Claude in the triple three, still all circulating the entire field covered by nearly 27.9 seconds. So Coppens still having to battle away. Sean Butcher comes out of turn 11, now into the right-hander at turn 12, followed closely by Luca Leistra, who was 0.3 of a second quicker in sector 1. But Sean Butcher, with 4 minutes and 18 seconds plus an additional lap to go, has equalled. So Leistra, Coppens, Hebert and Machiels and Butcher have all gone the same sector time, a 22.1 in sector 3. But it has been that Luca Leistra is actually the quickest. Calvin de Groot has had a bit of a difficult first sector, a 30 flat from the number 312 from the Netherlands, who's been passed by Beer Dorrestein. Erhard Turker has now got past Mike van Vught. So the sole representative from Turkey has made it here this weekend. Turker finished in 13th. After the results were ratified and confirmed for the pre-final. As there is Mike van Vught. For those watching on your screens at home, you got Erhard Turker, Mike van Vught, one of 3 drivers who will be penalised by race control. And he's battling away with Beer Dorrestein in the 310 as they go through turn number 11. As now Jordi van der Eyck trying to go side by side with Calvin de Groot, as Van Vught keeps the number 310 of Dorrestein at bay. Van der Eyck trying to get past de Groot for position, but can't do the job. And that was for P10. Derek Jansen now ahead of Jules Castro. Victor Plateau and Sem Van Til at the moment ran out the top 15. So finally, Dorrestein now past Van Vught, it looks like. And in the meantime, Luca Leistra has put in a 1 minute 13.924 second lap time. As trying to go up the inside of the 320, the 344 of Milan Coppens is Andres Herbert. They've still got Jeff Machiels not too far behind, but look who's closed up on them at an absolute big rate of knots. It is our pole sitter, and also, it's also the guy that actually won, who started from pole, Arthur Horsch, now closing up big time, and Arthur Horsch has set the fastest lap of anybody in this race. A 1 minute 13.876 second lap time, as we are now on to lap number 10 of this race, with just over a minute and 40 remaining on the clock, plus an additional lap. Now Arthur Horsch has done exactly the same sort of thing that Sean Butcher did in the pre-final earlier on today, and now has a chance because he's got Machiels, as Herbert looks up the inside of Coppens once again, and also he's got these 3 in front, and if he gets in front of them all by the end of this 12-lap race, Arthur Horsch will be absolutely well rested. He will definitely need a good rest after that, as Herbert again trying to force the issue with Coppens. Coppens knows the track like the back of his hand. Raced here plenty of times before in a multitude of categories. Also represented Team Belgium at the Grand Finals at Sarno last year. So through turn 10 they go. A different line there taken by Arthur Horsch, who rounds out the top 6. And we've got a time penalty this time being issued for the 314. So multiple penalties being handed out, and that is Morris Schuring, I believe. That is the case. So another driver penalised during the race. I haven't yet had all the relevant information, but as soon as I do get it, I will let you know. Sean Butcher now has a 1.379 second lead, but they have gone on to the penultimate lap of the race, as Luca Leistra puts in a 1 minute 13.833 second lap time, as Andres Herbert has been trying all the while to close up on Milan Coppens, but this is allowing Machiels to try and go up the inside of the 321. This could open the door for Arthur Horsch. And look how close Erhard Turker is now. the number 309 from Turkey, closing up on the 4 in front. So Ehad Turka starting to research a little bit here. Up 6 positions from 13th, now up into 7th place as the two leaders make their way down through turn 10 into the left at 11. So Sean Butcher will have the last lap board this time around as the time has expired. A welcome sight, I'm sure, for him after what was a very good comeback race in the pre-final. So Sean Butcher has just over 1,360 metres to go. He's got the sign he needs. Leistra now trying to close, and the gap now down to 1.2 seconds between the pair. A 1 minute 14.174 second lap time for Sean Butcher, who's just trying to keep it nice and composed and do the absolute minimal to make sure he gets the checkered flag first out of everybody. But Jeff Machiels is really closing on Andreas Heber as Milan Coppens has got away quite convincingly now. So Jeff Machiels looking to steal fourth from Heber in the dying stages of the race, but don't count out Artur Horsch, the pre-final winner, by 6.7 seconds. And now here comes Artur Horsch trying to go towards the inside of Jeff Machiels. And here comes Ehad Turka. And Turka, oh! Banzai's up the inside of Artur Horsch. Clips the right front of the 337's front bumper. So I think whether he might have just lost a bit of traction, I think Ehad Turka took a little bit too much curb going into the exit of turn 7 and slingshotted his way up the inside. But round the final corner to close out the day in the best way possible. Sean Butcher from KR Sport takes the victory ahead of Luca Leistra from Buvin Power by 0.965 seconds. Third place is Milan Coppens, 2 top 3 finishes ahead of Andreas Heber. Jeff Machiels takes another top 5 finish, this time in 5th place. Ehad Turka takes 6th ahead of Artur Horsch. Björn Dorrestein takes 8th ahead of Mike van Vught from the Netherlands, with Drek Jansen completing the top 10. Jori van der Eyck takes 11th ahead of Jules Castro. Victor Plateau, Calvin de Groot and Emily de Hoys ran at the top 15, followed by Laura Zanen, Zem van Til, Bas Janssen, Scott Westhovens, Vincent van Kerkhoffen running at the top 20, with Max Demerink, Maurice Schuring, Luna Blum, Bart de Wit, Corbett de Bruyker, Flint Schuring, Clementine Benoit, Prangi Jensen, Leonie Claude rounding out the drivers that did finish. There have been several time penalties, but the results will be amended concurrently, and also this is provisional pending any sporting and technical checks. One more race to go here on day 1. Coming up next, DD2 and DD2 Masters. Our 10th and final race about to get underway to complete the action of day one here at the second round of the BNL Karting Series season for 2020. So here is the grid. I'll quickly talk through the results as well. So it's Zon of Triblac and Glenn Van Parijs making it a all-Belgian front row, with Paulo Bessin-Senez from France and Mick Knowlton from the Netherlands rounding out the top two rows. Ahead of Rudy Champion, who will be on pole position for DD2 Masters, will have the number 490 of Yanni Gustens alongside. Then it's Sebastian de Grande in the 487 and Carl Klebold in the 510. Jordi Klebold rounds out the inside of row number 5 ahead of Sweden's Robin Knutsson. Christoph Adams starts on the inside of row number 6. Alongside will be Roland Kinch, Wout Anton Nissen and Maxime Derich round out row 7 ahead of Tamsin Germain, Bart Koolman, Brindley Kinch and Tom Dessau. So the race results were that Zon of Triblac took the victory by 0.627 seconds ahead of Glenn Van Parijs, with Paulo Bessin-Senez rounding out the top 3 positions in DD2 ahead of Mick Knowlton, Yanni Gustens, Sebastian de Grande, Jordi Klebold, Robin Knutsson, Wout Anton Nissen, Maxime Derich and Brindley Kinch rounding out the top the 11 positions. Multiple penalties were issued. Robin Knutsson got a 5-second time penalty for a front fairing, as did Jordi Klebold, and also the 403 of Mick Knowlton, with Knowlton having finished behind Glenn Van Parijs. Also, the 544 of Rudy Champion actually got a 5-second time penalty for a front fairing infraction. Changing place between the red and the yellow lines for Tom Dessau gave the 530 a 5-second time penalty. And also 2 drivers had 2 wheels out of the tram lines. One of them was Anton Nissen, and also the 525 of Tamsin Germain. Rudy Champion took the victory in DD2 after a subsequent revision ahead of Carl Klebold by 1.073 seconds. Christoph Adams rounds out the top 3 in that race ahead of Roland Kinch. Tamsin Germain rounded out the top 5 ahead of Bart Koolman, with Tom Dessau unfortunately retiring on lap number 8. Oh, and breathe, Alex, breathe. But we have one more 13-minute plus an additional lap race still to go. So it is Triblac and Van Parijs that control the pace here at Karting Genk, the home of champions. Red lights on the starting gantry for one final time. Race director instructing the karts to go through the tram lines and split. Revs rise. Do we go lights out and green? We do indeed. Good start now from Zon of Triblac heading the field into turn 1 as Bessin-Senez tries to go at the inside of Van Parijs for second position. Oh, and Bessin-Senez has been turned around into the remainder of the field. Now I'm wondering whether that might have been a little bit of a touch from behind, not too sure. But Bessin-Senez will definitely be fired up to try and move forward. And at the moment, now where is Mick Knowlton? Now Mick Knowlton's not up at the front of the field, because I've just spotted that Rudy Champion is rounding out the top 5 positions. Mick Knowlton looks to be down in 5th place possibly as they make their way through. No, Mick Knowlton looks to be, Mick Knowlton's down in 5th position, as that could be the 490 of Yanni Gustens that's got ahead. As you can just see how tentatively some drivers, as someone like Carl Klebold just sends it up the inside with not a care given in the world, past Robin Knutsson in the 432 from Sweden. Textbook work there by De Backer, because when I originally knew him, when I first knew him, I always nicknamed him the fastest baker in Flanders. Well, De Backer sounds a bit more appropriate here in the BNL Karting Series, as there's a little bit of a touch between the top 2. As Mick Knowlton trying to get his way past the likes of Yanni Gustens, and he's got past Gustens. He's now got to try and negotiate his way past Rudy Champion, and Rudy Champion very, very well versed in the art of DD2 mastery, especially being in the Masters category. As now Van Parijs, as the rain starts falling once again. Top 7 make their way through, rounded out by Carl Klebold. Robin Knutsson now ahead of Belgium's Maxime Derich. Roland Kinch rounds out the top 10. Great work from the Brit. He started in 12th place and now rounds out the top 10 positions overall. And seeing quite a few front-fairing penalties post-race for the senior Rotax drivers, but I will give a video update myself via the relevant social media channels for the BNL Karting Series, at Karting BNL on Twitter, at BNL Karting Series on Facebook, at BMC_BNL on Instagram. And don't forget, if you want to find out more information about the championship, you can head to our official website, www.bnlkartingseries.com, available both in English and also Nederlands. That's about as much as my Dutch will stretch, despite the fact that multiple people are telling me I need to learn it. We'll see about that one. It might take a bit of time, but who knows? I might be up for the challenge. So Zandvoort Shriblack continues to lead from Glenn van Parijs. Mick Knowlton now past Rudy Champion, and is now third, as Champion will have Dams Racing's Sebastien de Grande in the 487. Just behind, Jan Negusens, Carl Klibort, Robin Knutsson, Maxime Deriche, Roland Kinch, Christophe Adams, Wout Antonissen ahead of Paulo Besancenes from France, who's now trying to recover as Mick Knowlton goes up the inside of Glenn van Parijs, who has absolutely none of it. Van Parijs going for the lead now, through into turn 12. Does he make it stick? He does. But then Zandvoort Shriblack trying to force the issue, getting the switch back, gaining the momentum, carrying out of the final corner. It's side by side between the Belgian teammates from Proven Power. Who's going to get the run towards turn 2? Van Parijs might have the inside line if he's lucky for turn 3. He gets past and takes the lead. Great work there by Glenn van Parijs. So good to have him back. This has really ignited the championship. I was waiting for someone to stand up and present themselves, and Glenn van Parijs has quite clearly done that. And considering the fact these two are teammates, and one of them just happens to be the two-time reigning and defending champion, Glenn van Parijs does the dummy big time on Zandvoort Shriblack. But Shriblack might lose out if he's not careful to Mick Knowlton. They come out of turn 8, through into turn 9. Zandvoort Shriblack. Now, if anyone might remember the season finale for BNL Karting Series last November, when you had Shriblack as Knowlton goes up the inside. Now, it looks like Shriblack did have a bit of a moment, but he managed to come out of, I don't know, I'm not going to say that car is rocket propelled, because that's otherwise behind, not in, it's not part of the regulations, but he had an absolute big carry coming out of turn number 11. I think he just ran wide and then planted the throttle, the rear end, picked up grip, and then all of a sudden Zandvoort Shriblack was launched forward. But if anyone might remember the battle between Zandvoort Shriblack, DJ Liveris, shout out to you buddy, I know you can't be with us, and also Sweden's David Remy. We had the final race of the season, and it decided the title, but it was an epic one-lap battle where we saw Shriblack take the lead going through into turns 3, 4 and 5. Liveris trying to get past. Remy even tried to go up the inside of turn 4 on the pair of them, and still Shriblack, I think, came out on top at the end of that race and won the title. And I still remember talking to DJ Liveris post-weekend, and he was like, I'm so gutted I didn't win the title, but he has told me he will be back. So watch out the Greek Minotaur. If you're listening and watching, mate, I hope you're keeping well, and your family too. And hopefully we'll have you back in the not too distant future here at the BNL Karting Series. So at the moment, Glenn van Parijs leads the way. Consistency is the name of his game. He's already got 20 points courtesy of the victory, and that puts him well and truly in the standings lead after the end of day one, well, after the end of the first pre-final here. And I'm just going to have a look at how this changes things, reference this. So look at it from this perspective. Okay, so Glenn van Parijs is on 105 points. Zandvoort Shriblack now is on 80 points. So effectively, what's happened is that Van Parijs has now taken a lead of effectively 22 points ahead of Bas Lammers. But now this is going to change again, because we'll effectively find out now. Mick Knowlton, he does have an opportunity here. He will have gotten 13 points as a result of his, so that puts him on 49. So effectively what could happen at the end of this race. Depending on where Mick Knowlton finishes, we are going to have a revised top 3 at the end of this race, provisionally speaking. We'll officially confirm what the standings are and everything via social media a bit later on. But in the meantime, Glenn Van Parijs has now got a 1 second lead over Zon of Triblak, who is now coming under pressure from Mick Knowlton. Sebastian de Grand now up into P4. Bart Koeman has now decided to park the kart, unfortunately, on lap number 4. Well, he's actually... Now, we've had a spinner. And that is the 5:57, unfortunately, of Roland Kinch. So Roland Kinch tumbles down the order, down to 17th place. So Bart Koeman looks to be retiring at the end, well, pretty much on lap number 4. We're on to lap number 7 of this race. 5 minutes to go, plus 1 lap. So Van Parijs has set the fastest lap of this race. And effectively what that means now is that the battle for the championship takes another twist in the tail. And we will see what transpires tomorrow to conclude the penultimate round of the season. So looking at the sector times at the moment, Triblak is actually the fastest in sector number 1. Oh, Sebastian de Grand has just pulled up, and that is just on the inside of turn number 11. A shame for the Belgian, who also represented Team Belgium at the Grand Finals last year in DD2. Running in 4th place. Absolutely disheartening for Sebastian de Grand. So another retirement there, unfortunately, as Bart Koeman's retirement has been officially confirmed. So down to a total of 16 DD2 and DD2 Masters drivers. A real shame for Sebastian de Grand, and I know how hard that kid works behind the wheel. But tomorrow we'll hopefully see him come back and fight hard and get some good results on day 2 of round 2. So leaders now making their way down into turn 10. Van Parijs leads. Triblak in 2nd. Mick Knowlton in 3rd place. And last time around, the top 3 were covered by just over 1.5 seconds. As there's an almighty battle going on here, as Rudy Champion has he's just been mugged for that place. Rudy Champion has just been mugged for 4th overall in the race by Yanni Goossens, who absolutely threaded the eye of the needle coming out of turn number 11. That was a brilliant job by thank you very much for that little bit of excitement there, Yanni Goossens. You kept me on my toes on that one. Not too far behind Rudy Champion is Carl Clearbot, and also the recovering French driver in the form of Paulo Bessancenes in the 4:53, who has also represented Team France in the Grand Finals before. So 16 drivers still circulating out of the 18 that started the race when we went lights out. Just over 10.5 minutes to go as we go into the latter throes of the afternoon's action. So a bit of a rest and a respite for a lot of people. A bit longer than what we normally would have, but hey, that's the way things are in this current situation. As Paulo Bessancenes now gets past Carl Clearbot. And then we'll close up the inside. He goes of his countryman in the form of Rudy Champion through turn 11. Then Carl Clearbot. Oh my goodness, he got a real good run on Rudy Champion. As now Champion trying to go through the inside of Bessancenes. And then Carl Clearbot going around the outside of the final corner. Oh, that's bravery at its finest from De Backer. As they now head their way, as Carl Clearbot gets ahead of Rudy Champion to now take the lead in DD2 Masters in this race, with about 1.5 minutes still remaining on the clock. Oh my goodness, it looks like the likes of Yanni Goossens and Carl Clearbot are starting to bring this race into life at the tail end of it. 1 minute and 22 seconds still to go, plus an additional lap. Some great bravado, I think, from quite a few people, including the 2 that I've just mentioned. But Van Parijs now has a lead of 1.261 seconds ahead of Zon of Triblak. We are now on to lap 10. So we're going to have a completed amount of 12 laps once again here in DD2 and DD2 Masters. So Van Parijs leads in DD2. Klebot now leads in DD2 Masters as we are fast approaching the conclusion of the timer hitting 0. So we go on to the penultimate lap, the 11th and penultimate lap of the race, and also the penultimate lap of the day's action here. Yanni Goossens really showcasing how good he is. He might be a youngster in this class, but my goodness me, moves like that take people's breath away, including me up here in the commentary box. Rudy Champion in 7th. Robin Knutsson has now made his way up into 8th position, which will be effectively 6th in DD2. Looks like Brindley Kinch has also pulled into the pits, and on lap number 8, the 4:57 from Great Britain will effectively very shortly be confirmed as a retirement. On the penultimate lap we are, and the timer has struck 0 for one final time here. As up the inside, Paulo Besancenes has got past Yanni Goossens. So Besancenes, that just shows you the calibre of this French driver, who's qualified for the grand finals, for Rotax before, for Team France. But Yanni Goossens having other ideas, and oh my goodness me, that was hard in the mouth between those two. Besancenes shut the door quite abruptly on Yanni Goossens, who steamrolled towards the inside of turn 12. We're on the final lap. Van Parijs now going through turn 4 for the final time. Into the left at 5. The rain starting to try and get a little bit more intense here as we get to the dying stages of the race, and Brindley Kinch now confirmed as an official retirement on lap number 8. Van Parijs now through into turn 7 for the final time. The gap between him and Zanab Shiblak was just over 1.2 seconds. Mick Knowlton about a further 1.6 adrift down in 3rd place, with Paulo Besancenes shutting the door. And I think it was more than just in the face of Yanni Goossens. It was in the direction of the front bumper of the 490. However, Carl Klebot is still keeping pace with them and is closing on the 490, as now we get to the final checkered flag of the day here at the BNL Karting Series 2nd round. The completion of day 1 is now sorted. Glenn Van Parijs comes across the line, wins the final here on day 1 ahead of teammate and countryman Zanab Shiblak. So Belgium and Bouvin Power make it a fantastic 1-2 at the front of the DD2 field, ahead of Mick Knowlton from GKS Lemons Power, representing the Netherlands in the 403, taking 3rd ahead of Paulo Besancenes in the 453, representing France. Yanni Goossens takes 5th. Excuse me. Carl Klebot takes 6th overall, but more importantly, wins DD2 Masters ahead of Rudy Champion. Robin Knutsson takes 8th overall in the race, but 6th in DD2, ahead of Christoph Adams, who rounds out the top 3 in DD2 Masters. Anton Nissen takes 10th overall ahead of Yori Klebot. Tom Dessera managed to make it to the finish in 12th place ahead of Great Britain's Tamsin Germain. Maxime Dehiche in the number 499 finished ahead of Roland Kinch, who was the 15th and final classified finisher on the 12 laps that were completed. A retirement for Brindley Kinch in the 457 on lap 8. A disappointing retirement and disheartening one thereof for Sebastian de Grand on lap 6 in the 487, with Bart Koolman parking up and calling it a day on lap number 4. That concludes the action for the first day of competition for the BNL Karting Series, day 1 of round 2. Firstly, a few thank yous. A big thank you to the marshalling crew that have been braving the weather conditions. Also the camera crew, the media that are here with us. Also the entire team behind the BNL karting series, every single team manager, every single mechanic, every single driver. A big thank you from all of us here at the BNL karting series. Those watching at home, stay tuned for updates via our social media, but also join us tomorrow at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning when we kickstart day 2 and it all starts over again. See you tomorrow morning. Stay safe, stay healthy, and have a great evening. Thank you.